Before we adopt the agenda, please note the staff is pulling item 15AD, new job description.
1880.
Excuse me, thank you, 18AD. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Moved.
Moved by trustee Bullicus, seconded by trustee
Second.
Adams. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards regarding the adoption of the agenda?
We have 2 speaker cards. Our first speaker is Christopher, and our second speaker is Deirdre. Please come forward. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So good evening, board members, superintendent, and members of the community. My name is Christopher Meza, and I am serving in the capacity as Chair of Criminal Justice for the NAACP Orange County. Now, I want to begin by noting that this board has just returned from a closed session where there's discussion of anticipated and existing litigation. That should have been a sobering reminder that this district is not immune from legal accountability. Tonight, I'm here to address a growing legal concern and ethical problem. Over 40 members of the public signed up to speak at April 23rd, holding numbered comment cards that clearly placed them in the queue, cards labeled 1 through 40 plus. But when public comment began, less than half of those individuals were permitted to speak. Instead, we witnessed a coordinated and deliberate manipulation of the comment process under the guise of the rule that allows students to speak first. A group of students arrived with their friends, some reading from prepared scripts, and gave remarks that defended Trustee Balakis' use of the N-word, falsely claiming she was merely quoting a book, among other reasons. This was not a spontaneous student interest. It was a pre-planned strategy discussed among board members and supporters ahead of time to stack the speaker line with curative voices and effectively shut out the broader community. The community that came here to call for accountability, to demand that this board agendize a vote on discussing censuring Trustee Balakis for her use of the N-word. Let me be clear. Every single speaker allowed to speak under this topic during that part of the session on April 23rd spoke in opposition to censuring Balakis. Yet we know that over 30 people who signed up to speak in support of censuring Balakis, including those holding comment cards 18, 19, and 20, were silenced because of a loophole that this board exploited. This is not just unethical. It may be illegal under the Ralph M. Brown Act. Let me quote the law, Government Code 54954.3a. Every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body on any item of interest to the public before or during the legislative body's consideration of the item. This board provided the illusion of public comment, but not the reality. That is not compliance. That is a violation. Further, under Government Code 54954.3b, the legislative body may adopt reasonable regulations, including limiting the amount of time per speaker for each individual speaker. You cannot adopt or exploit a rule of students speak first in a way that denies a majority of the attendees the right to speak, especially when it's clear that this was used to stack the deck in favor of one viewpoint over another. This kind of viewpoint discrimination is not just a Brown Act issue. It opens the district up to First Amendment litigation.
Thank you, Christopher. Our next speaker is Deirdre. Deirdre, please
Stop
come forward.
this now.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Deirdre Harris, and I serve as president of the NAACP Orange County branch. I'm here tonight to also address possible pending litigation. I'm here tonight just not as a leader, as a historical civil rights organization, but someone speaking for every student and family who expects fairness and honesty in our schools. On March the 12th, during a public meeting of this board, Trustee Judy Balakis used the N-word, a word with a violent history used for centuries to degrade and humanize Black people. What followed was silence, and silence is acceptance. On April the 22nd, the NAACP of Orange County sent a formal letter to this board. We offered to meet. We opened the door for dialogue. We requested action. To date, we've received no response, and that is on record. The community returned the following month expecting accountability. Instead, we saw deflection, and instead of responsibility, we saw avoidance. Instead of leadership, we saw silence. Let me be clear, choosing not to agendize these issues does not make it go away. It does not erase the harm, it does not rebuild trust, and it will not silence this community. We are calling on this board to act, but this issue must be put on the agenda. Publicly condemning the use of racial slurs, especially by elected officials, and taking meaningful trust to rebuild. This is not about politics. It is about principle. It is about protecting our children and their right to feel safe, valued, and respected. Under California Education Code 201, students have the right to an education environment free from discrimination and harassment based on race or ethnicity. Title V of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 requires schools receiving federal funding to address racial harassments and discrimination. The NAACP has fought over a century to dismantle systems of injustice. Because of our sacrifice and our labor and our advocacy and our voices, women like you are able to hold the seats that you are through Women's Rights Acts. But with that power becomes responsibility. Leadership takes courage. It takes clarity, and above all, it takes action. We urge you, do the right thing because our students are watching, and so are we. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone who'd like to speak to a closed session agenda item?
There's a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And it passes 5-0-2 to adopt the agenda. Thank you. Now, is there anyone who'd like to speak to a closed session agenda item?
No, we covered everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. Student expulsion, 1 case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 1 case. Conference with real property negotiators, 3 properties. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, and unrepresented employees. Liability claim, 1 case. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 8 cases. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 4 cases. Public employee employment, appointment, multiple appointments. Public employment and evaluation of performance, the superintendent. The board will now recess to closed session.
President Davis, the live stream is now in progress. You may start the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the May 21st regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 7:08 p.m. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Verando.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard.
Present.
Trustee Zollinger.
Here.
Trustee Adams.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by Student Board Member Verando. Thank you. I'd like to recognize Dr. Chris Brown, who will present his opening comments, followed by the trustees. We're actually going to report on closed session first. Mrs. Hayes, please read the report from closed session.
On agenda item 3A, student expulsions, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Case number 2025017. On agenda item 3B, no reportable action. On agenda item 3C, conference with real property negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3D, conference with labor negotiators, no reportable action. On agenda item 3E, liability claim, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following claim. Liability claim number 2209737. On agenda item 3F, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. ADR case number 2025014M, 202500306, 202500402, 202500418, 202500425, 202500426, 202500427, and 202500429. On agenda item 3G, existing litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve the staff recommendations on the following cases. OAH case number 20241104445, 202412047, 2025030725, and case number 2025040133. On agenda item 3H, public employee employment appointment, trustees voted 7-0 to approve the following appointments. Maria Finman, elementary principal, assigned to Viejo Elementary School, effective July 1, 2025. Nathan Howe, elementary principal, assigned to Laguna Niguel Elementary, effective July 1, 2025. John Bajorek, middle school principal, assigned to Newhart Middle School, effective July 1, 2025. And finally, Meg Ervase, assistant superintendent, curriculum and instruction, secondary education, grades 6 through 12, and alternative education, effective May 22nd, 2025. On agenda item 3I, public employment and evaluation of performance, trustees gave direction to staff. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Dr. Brown?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular business meeting of the Board of Trustees for May. The last regular board meeting of the school year. The next time we meet, students will be enjoying summer vacation. And with that being said, we've reached the final stretch of the school year. There's 10 school days remaining, not that anyone is counting. I'm sure our students have definitely understood that are in the room right now. And this time of year is always filled with excitement, anticipation, and tons of performances and celebrations and events and games and awards nights. It makes May really probably the busiest month of the year in terms of the evenings, which is just super exciting and so much fun to celebrate with our students. And before you know it, it'll be summer and we'll be rapidly trying to get everything turned around, cleaned up, and get everybody prepared for next school year. I know you don't want to think about that, students, but we will be getting ready. On Thursday, June 5th, nearly 4,000 seniors will mark their major milestone. They'll finish their 12th or 13th year of school with us, mostly, and they're going to have high school graduations. They're going to be full of excitement, maybe a little bit of nostalgia, hopefully some anticipation for their future endeavors, and they'll step confidently into the next chapter of their lives. And I just want to thank the teachers, the staff members, the administrators, and the parents that have really equipped these graduates with everything they need to go and chase their dreams and make a meaningful impact on the world. We're a big district. We send a lot of graduates out, and they're going to make a huge impact. But they're not the only ones who are making a transition. Thousands of our students will be moving on from transitional kindergarten to kindergarten, from 5th to 6th grade, from 8th grade to high school, bringing new opportunities to learn, to grow, to shine. And so for them, I just want to wish them the best of luck as they transition to their new schools, to their new grades, to their new teachers, for another great year here at CUSD. We're also doing a lot of construction work. Last Friday, we officially broke ground on the Rienda TK8 school, our second school in Rancho Mission Viejo, and it is slated to open fall of 2027, all things prevail. Next Wednesday, we will hold a groundbreaking ceremony for the new stadium at Capo Valley High School. A great work by our facilities team using CFD funds, matching funds from the state, redevelopment dollars to really keep those costs of new facilities out of our general fund budget for students. And I just want to wish all of our students and all of our teachers and all of our staff members who get to take a break to have a restful and relaxing summer. I hope you enjoy your summer, and I hope you come back ready for another great year here in Capo. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Okay, other trustees? Trustee Zollinger?
Yeah, no, I would love to say something, kind of piggybacking on Dr. Brown. Happy May-summer. It's been great, and I'm with you. If you have kids in school, I'm with you. I have a senior this year and a couple other students that are finishing off the year, and it is crazy right now. Over the past few months, I've had the opportunity to visit all 7 of my schools in Area 2, and I'm looking forward to be able to visit other schools as well in CUSD, but great things are happening on our campuses. And each school site had such a unique feel, but there was so much heart there and so many good things going on. Last night, I had the opportunity to go to the senior awards at San Juan Hills. It was unbelievable. Graduating from high school is a wonderful accomplishment, but it's remarkable to hear some of these accomplishments last night that these kids that went above and beyond had achieved. Our CUSD graduates have much to celebrate and are headed off to do great things in the world, and it's exciting to see. I do want to say, if you have a parent that will be a senior soon, look into scholarships. They also awarded scholarships last night, and there are some scholarships that the people giving the scholarships admitted that every single person who applied got one. And so that's like a $1,000 or $500 check that your student gets just for applying for the scholarship. So I would highly suggest you have your students look into that. And I was also able to do Ladera Ranch Middle School Awards. I was equally as excited. These kids are much younger and still doing great things. It was just, it's exciting. They are impacting the lives of the community and themselves academically. I mean, it's remarkable what these kids can accomplish at such a young age. In late April, I was able to go to 2 different high school musicals. And you guys, if you're not going to the musicals, you need to go. It is unbelievable. I first saw Hadestown at Tesoro, and this was so great. It was such I didn't know a lot about Hadestown. It was phenomenal. In fact, they won on Sunday a Cappies Award, which is a peer-given award, and it is one of the biggest honors because it is their peers voting. Out of 27 schools in Orange County, Tesoro got High School Musical of the Year. So it was pretty remarkable. And yeah, I know, they deserve a round of applause. It was phenomenal. Yeah. Also on Sunday night at the Cappies, San Juan Hills got Play of the Year for Animal Farm, which was also remarkable. Those are I understand, from what I understand, those are the 2 big awards to get. So, and I think they're all great awards, but I hear that those are the awards to get. After I saw Hadestown, I saw Les Mis at San Juan Hills. Oh my gosh, I'm watching it, and I watch every musical, even long before I was on the board, because I've got kids at San Juan Hills, and none of them are in it. People always ask me, what part is your child in? And I'm like, well, they're not, but I'm a groupie. Like when it comes to the musicals at San Juan Hills, I love it. And so it's almost emotional watching these kids perform for the last time, these seniors that you've been watching for all these years. And at the same time, you're so excited for them because they're off to new and great things. Let's see. It's as sad as I am that they're not going to be back next year. It's exactly what we want to see for our CUSD kids. We want them to come into our schools, and we want them to learn and grow and excel, and then to go off and fly in the real world. So it's exciting to see what they'll do. Like Dr. Brown mentioned, I had the opportunity to go to the groundbreaking at Rienda. So exciting. I'm excited for this community they've kind of been a little smushed in Essentia, the existing school, so we're excited to have the groundbreaking and get this going. The school site is beautiful. If you have a chance, if you're in RMV, go check it out. This school is going to be a state-of-the-art facility, and it's so exciting to see them working on that. Last thing, sorry, there's too many things that I've been going to because I don't want to miss anything, but I went to the Tesoro Pops concert. Again, this is something, if you go to your high school's concerts. First off, I had heard about the Tesoro program. I'd never gone to any of their choir concerts. These kids sang their hearts out, and towards the end of the show, the seniors were able to perform. They cried through their songs, but held it together enough to sing beautifully. And then their teacher, Mr. Hancock, who I had never seen before, I had heard about him, he's legendary, but I hadn't actually seen him teaching. He spoke of the privilege it was to be a choir teacher, and I had never thought of this, but he said most high school teachers get 1 year with their kids. He said a lot of these kids I've had for 4 years, and so imagine the bond that they have with these kids. And he talked about how much they meant to him. Then, I guess, as tradition goes, he sings this song to them and dedicates it to them. You guys, there was not a dry eye there. It was so beautiful. And I just want to say teachers like Mr. Hancock are such a gift to our students. And I'm looking forward next weekend, on the 31st, I'm going to be going to the San Juan Hills Pop concert, and that will be another fun one. So celebrating these kids has definitely been the highlight of this job. We have a lot of work to do, but these celebrations make it clear why we're doing what we do, and I'm so grateful to be able to do this. So thank you for listening to my crazy Maysember. May we all make it through.
Thank you, Trustee Zollinger. Other trustees? Trustee Jones?
So next week, I think it is, we have the groundbreaking for the new stadium at Capital Valley High School. I want to thank John Forney and his team for the help he gave the school on that. One of the teachers there, the music teacher, contacted me, I don't know, a million years ago to make sure that the stadium was going to work for the band field shows that they put on, because it requires this like 17-foot height gate to walk through. And so I talked to him, I talked to the football boosters, because they've got the snack shack, and gave feedback to Mr. Forney, and he took it with such grace and actually told me recently that it made it a much better building, and that he's so pleased, and I know that the school is pleased, and this will be something really wonderful. So I appreciate everybody's input on that. Last meeting of the year, it's appropriate that it's already summer, it's hot. Normally this time of year it's cold. Trustee Bullicus and Dr. Brown and I went to visit Representative Young Kim a week before last to talk about federal funding. And we gave her a chart of all the federal dollars we get, what are the various sources, what are this category, what we actually use those for, and what would happen in this district if we don't have that money. I don't know what she will do with it. She was very receptive. She was very interested, felt our input was very timely. And I want to again thank Mr. Hampton for his input. And let's see, I think it was Dr. Gomez and Kristen Hillman in Food Services, and and Stephanie Avera in TIS, who all gave me input on what difference those federal funds make. And I think we had a really good time with her, and hope that it's going to be helpful to us. In San Juan Capistrano, over at Saddleback Church on that property, there's a proposal to build a battery energy storage system. You may or may not know what that is, but it is a site where they have a lot of lithium batteries, and it's for saving all of the extra solar energy that is generated during the day, so it can be used at night or when it's raining. This location is right across the freeway from Capital Valley High. It's 3,000 feet from Capistrano Valley High School. It's also near some others of our schools, including Niguel Hills. As the crow flies, it's about 3,500 feet, very close to two of our schools. And if you follow the news at all, several of these have had fires. The lithium cells have instability problems from time to time. Some are fine, but it's a different kind of a fire. It cannot be put out with water. You have to let them burn out. And in the meantime, they send out all kinds of toxic smoke. So Capital Valley High, as you might know, is built at the end of a street. It's at the dead end of a street. There's only one way out. You have to drive towards this property to escape it. So if there was a fire, it would also, of course, close down the freeway and the train tracks. So welcome to your life if this happens. But this would make it difficult for us to get our students and our staff members out. I believe we have special ed students who might not be able to get out easily. You know, many of us, our kids are able-bodied, and we would just say, you know, go this way, get away. But if you have a student that is not able to do that, it's a different story. So there will be a hearing about this. The California Energy Commission is coming here to our boardroom on May 29th. I think that's right. May 29th, which is a Thursday, from 1 till 9. If you have any input about this, you don't need to be there from 1 to 9, but they will make the company will make their presentation, and then there will be time for people to testify about their issues with this. And these things are needed in California. Because since San Onofre was closed, we've now had to build all these peaker plants that are basically jet engines polluting the air. And the air pollution in this area since San Onofre was closed has actually risen considerably. So we do need these. We do need ways to store this energy when we don't need it, so we can draw it when we do need it and eliminate some of these peaker plants. So if you have any interest, please do come and speak. If you know someone, Southern Mission Viejo, the part of Laguna Niguel that's fairly close to the freeway, Northern San Juan close to the freeway, please let them know. Or if they have a child at Capital Valley High School in particular, please let them know. I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Trustee Bolkus?
Well, Trustee Jones and I were up in Sacramento this weekend and for the California School Board Association. And people have asked us, well, what do you do? So as CSBA delegates representing Capital Valley, or representing CUSD, everything we do is anchored on 4 guiding principles: advocacy, rooted in reality and the needs of local governance teams, protection of local authority and decision-making, commitment to nonpartisan, student-centered leadership, and a relentless focus on student success. These principles guide our work in meeting with local legislators, as we've mentioned before, assembly, state, Congress people, the policymakers, to educate them on the needs of CUSD schools and students. So we will continue to push back on unfunded mandates and threats to local control, and we stand firmly in defense of public education's promise: opportunity, access, and success for every student. I also wanted to share some activities, lots of graduations coming up and 8th grade award ceremonies. And I'm glad that Trustee Zonlinger mentioned about the Pops concert in Hadestown, just fabulous. There's still a chance to go see a performance Friday night at San Juan Hills High School. There is the Choreographer's Ball, and that is their dance department that'll be putting on a performance. And over the weekend, Tesoro Boys Volleyball won the CIF South Section Division III Championship which was very exciting. They played their hearts out last night, but by Game 5, they did lose in the state, not getting the state award, but they had a great year. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, other trustees? Okay, and I will end with a couple of things. First, I wanted to tell Trustee Jones and Trustee Bullicus and Dr. Brown how much I appreciate the advocacy they've been doing for meeting with our local electeds and California and the work that's been done there, so thank you. I've also had a chance to attend so many incredible opportunities that are awarded to our kids here. The 8th grade awards at BAMS last night, it was 900 chairs, and still we had people standing as we celebrated all that they've done. And I appreciate the work that's been happening there. The Patriotic Program at Concordia, TK, kinder, and first graders, as they just sang their hearts out. It was just beautiful. Attended Les Mis at San Juan Hills High School with Trustee Jones and Trustee Zollinger, and San Clemente High School's Little Mermaid. You'd think that Little Mermaid, there was everyone there loved it. From 9 months to 90 years old, everyone loved it. The Pops concert at Tesoro High School under the direction of Keith Hancock, as Trustee Zollinger mentioned, Mr. Hancock's song as he sang to the seniors and his launch to them, it really was beautiful and truly not a dry eye in the room. So I was grateful to be able to attend that. And as we started the groundbreaking for Rienda, it was incredible. And we had massive tractors and hard hats and lots of shovels. And it was incredible to see what's happening in Rancho Mission Viejo. Now we just need to continue to get married and have lots of babies. So, and to all seniors in CUSD, we wish you the best as you begin this next chapter in your life. And we certainly hope that what you've learned in CUSD has helped set you up for success in all that you do. So as we round out the end of this year and we have graduation at all of our schools, it's just a great time to appreciate the work that's been done and everything that it takes everywhere. So seniors, good luck and enjoy, and you're writing your story, so write a good one. And I just would like to take a minute to acknowledge the retirees listed on this month's agenda. Last week, the district celebrated the retirees for this 2024-25 school year, and I wanted to share some of the statistics as of May 14th. CUEA, 63 retirees, CSEA, 48 retirees, CUMA, 8 retirees, and Teamsters, 5 retirees. Their combined years of service totaled 1,697 years. That's an average of 27 years of service per employee. Amazing. And I went back and forth on if I should read the list, but I couldn't help it because we have, I'm not going to read the names, but I'm just going to read the years. 39 years, 38 years, 38 years, 37 years, 36 years, 36 years, 35 years, 35 years, 35 years, 34, 34, 33, 33, 33, 33, 32, 30, 30, 30, 29, 29, 29, 29, 28, 28, 28, 27, 27, 27, 27, 27, 26, 26, 25, 25, 24, 24, 23s, 22, 20s, 19s. Been here a while. 18, 14, 10, and 7. That's for our certificated. For our classified, 2 at 28, 2 at 21, 1 at 20, 1 at 17, 1 at 13. So that's a lot of years and a lot of service and a lot of lives that have been touched. So just a reminder to each of us, be a little kinder, do a little better, and help each other along, because this life is a life of learning and a life of goodness, and what these teachers and educators and certificated staff have done to help those in our district is remarkable. So thank you, and I'd like to appreciate that for them. So thank you. And I'd like to recognize Student Board Member Brando. She will join us at the podium to present her end-of-year reflection.
Should I use the clicker? Or is there, where? Sorry? Okay, sorry. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today marks the end of my term as the student board member. I wanted to take a moment to express how deeply grateful I am for this experience and this district. I've been a student in this district for the past 11 years since kindergarten. It feels so surreal to finally be graduating from high school and be moving on to the next chapter of my life. I've learned so much and made so many incredible memories here. Looking back, I realize how much CUSD has shaped who I am, and I'm thankful for the opportunities and support I've received along the way. Thank you to everyone who has made this possible, our teachers and staff and administration who show up every day to support and challenge us. You do so much more than teach. You encourage us, help us discover what we care about, and shape us into future change makers. Thank you to our parents and the PTSA for always being there for us. Whether you're volunteering, organizing events, or advocating for education policy, your support makes a difference. It means a lot to have you in our corner. Thank you to the district staff who work behind the scenes to keep everything running smoothly. You are the driving force behind our schools. Your efforts keep our schools safe and ready for learning. And thank you to this board for the time and energy you dedicate to representing our families and students. This year, I've seen firsthand your commitment to showing up and ensuring each student receives a high-quality education. Thank you so much for being so welcoming and supporting to me as the student board member. When I first joined this board, I did not know exactly what to expect. It has been an eye-opening experience interacting with so many different stakeholders across the district. This year, I've had the chance to meet many students and hear about their experiences. Those conversations have been the most meaningful part of this role for me. Through working with staff, attending meetings with our ASB presidents, and speaking with students across the district, I found a way to focus on what matters most, listening to our students and sharing their voices. I've learned that the student perspective is not just one story. It's made up of many ideas, experiences, and backgrounds, and each one deserves to be heard. In this role, I want to make sure I wasn't just representing my own school, but students across the district. I decided the best way to do this was to visit students at their schools and hear from them directly. So today, I'm proud to share the CUSD Middle School Insights Report for 2024-25 with some of my reflections from my conversations with students over the last 8 months. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, back one. Okay. This year, I set out to work more closely with middle school students, as I recognize that they often have fewer opportunities and less awareness of the board's role compared to many high schoolers. To bridge that gap, I collaborated with middle school principals and ASB teachers to organize visits to each middle school campus. During these visits throughout this year, I shared information about the Board of Trustees and most importantly, created space for students to voice the issues that matter most to them. Next slide. This school year, I had the opportunity to visit Aliso Viejo, Bernice Iyer, Don Juan Avila, Marco Forrester, Fred Newhart, Ladera Ranch, and Niguel Hills Middle School. Next slide. So my data collection involved 2 key components. First, a survey, and then an in-person discussions at each school. Next slide. I met with 383 students across 7 middle schools. I met with various groups, including the Associated Student Body, Peer-Assisted Leadership, Yearbook, Principal Advisory Council, student focus groups nominated by admin and teachers, and student volunteers who signed up for my session during tutorial time. Next slide. So of the students I met with, 47.4% were in 8th grade, 43.5% in 7th grade, and 9.2% in 6th grade. Additionally, 65.8% of them had been in the district since kindergarten. Next slide. So here are some photos from some of my school visits. I appreciated the opportunity to speak with all of these students. They brought forward a wide variety of thoughtful ideas. In many sessions, we ran out of time because they had so much they wanted to share. Next slide. Their concerns often differed from those typically addressed at the district level. As you review this presentation, please keep in mind that these are the voices of 11 to 14-year-olds. While the district must account for a broader range of priorities and considerations, the topics highlighted here reflect the day-to-day experiences and challenges these students face. Next slide. Before each visit, I sent out a survey to gather input. I used the 3 to 4 most common topics to share the agenda for the in-person sessions. During the school visit, students were invited to expand on their survey responses and speak more about the issues that matter most to them. Additional photos and updates are available on my CUSD student board member account on Instagram at CUSDSBM. Next slide. So one thing that stood out to me about these visits was how often the same concerns came up across all of the middle schools. Despite being from different campuses, many students shared similar experiences and challenges. Today, I'd like to walk you through the main topics that emerged from those conversations, which I've grouped into 3 categories. 1, fostering a supportive school community. 2, enhancing academic and teacher support. And 3, improving school facilities and services. I'll first share some of the data from my survey and then share some quotes and solutions from students. Due to limited time, I'll be focusing on areas where students feel their school and district can improve. However, I do really want to emphasize that overall, students expressed overwhelmingly positive views about their schools and the district. Next slide. So the first topic is fostering a supportive school community. Most students had a positive experience as portrayed by these survey results. 75.2% of students who took the survey believe that school communication is effective or very effective, and 78.6% believe their voices are heard. 69.7% felt either safe or very safe. 86.2% rated mental health resources as excellent, good, or fair, while 7% indicated not sure. In this next slide, I'll be focusing on ways students feel these statistics can be improved. Many students expressed concerns about the accessibility and effectiveness of mental health resources on campus. While adequate resources are available and students are grateful for these mental health resources, students share that sometimes stigma and lack of trust made them feel difficult to use. One student said, "Mental health is so stigmatized, even if you need help, you won't go." Another said, "The mental health resources are good, but students are made to feel dumb for using them." To improve support, students recommended raising awareness of these resources at school-wide assemblies or through flyers and digital outreach, so students know where they can find counselors and that they're available. Also, students say that there's a strong sense of community at the schools, and intramural sports have helped them develop a stronger community this past year. Some students said that they felt uncomfortable confiding in school counselors because a common concern was that counselors often tell parents right away without telling the student. In a conversation I had with a student, they said they were caught off guard when their counselor told their parents about bullying they were experiencing without telling them. Another student said, and I quote, "We don't feel comfortable talking to counselors due to the fact that they were almost always tell our parents what we shared." While the students believe that the counselors are helpful and have positive opinions of the school's mental health resources overall, students also emphasize the need for counselors to listen and guide students about how to talk to their parents, so everyone could be on the same page first. Students also brought up bullying. One student explained people say really mean things that seem to not affect anyone, but eventually wears down a person. One person added, there is some bullying and students don't want to report because they don't want to be pulled from class. And another student said some students can be harmful with their words. Some students are asking for more accountability and asking for consistent action from adults on campus. They also believe it would be helpful if the administration could clearly explain the reasons behind certain rules, so students can better understand the school's perspective. For example, some students were disappointed that they couldn't sit on the grass at lunch, not realizing this rule helps supervisors monitor students more easily. Similarly, some questioned why busy bathrooms were closed. Those closures allowed supervisors to focus on fewer bathrooms to ensure safety. Clearer communication between students and administration would improve understanding and cooperation. Next slide. So overall, like fostering a supportive community, students had a very positive experience with academic and teacher support as well. 79.1% rated their class as good or excellent. 71.8% of students strongly agree or agree that they feel supported by their teachers and in their academics. Next slide. So one of the survey questions I asked students was to name their biggest challenge they face at school. More than 50% said that their main struggle was some version of balancing schoolwork with other commitments. One student wrote, "The biggest challenge I face as a student is balancing sports and schoolwork." Another said, "I get a lot of homework and I'm already stressed from outside activities." Another student said that their biggest struggle was keeping up with academics and sports and family and friends, while still having a healthy sleep schedule and food intake. Many students suggested that reducing the homework load might help. While that came up often, I don't think that is a practical long-term solution. Instead, there should be more of a focus on helping students learn how to manage their time and balance different responsibilities, skills that will be important in high school and beyond. Students have mentioned that school-wide assemblies usually cover a variety of topics. I think it would be valuable to include strategies for time management and effective studying in those sessions. Another topic students brought up was iReady, which is an online platform where students can learn reading and math. They were mostly concerned with the math section. They seemed to like the English better. Students felt that the math assignments took a lot of time but didn't help them better understand the material. They said that when teachers assign iReady, students have trouble finishing it in the allotted class time. One student said in the survey, "Not as much iReady so we can focus on what we're learning now." Some students also shared that they're not sure how to ask their teachers for help. While they agree that the teachers are a great resource and CUSD has some of the best teachers, some of them don't feel comfortable going to their teachers directly and would prefer to have more structured support time during tutorial instead of open study sessions. When asked what resources would be helpful, students said more tutoring during tutorial and a school help program with tutors to help improve your grades. Next slide. So next, facilities and campus services. 14.3% are very satisfied and 50% are satisfied. Bathrooms were mentioned often during my visit. While supervisor presence helps, the students said, they felt that some didn't feel comfortable using the bathrooms during passing periods, so they would wait during class time when it was less crowded. However, other students take advantage of using the bathroom during class to avoid completing work. So one student suggested, "I think that teachers should have a limit of 3 uses per week. This will help limit the number of people going because I know most people who actually want to go to the bathroom are there to waste time instead of using the bathroom normally." Another student said, "I think the bathrooms need to be monitored more often because there are drawings," while another student said that the bathrooms are messy. Some students shared that menstrual products in the bathrooms are not restocked regularly. They believe these products should be replenished more frequently when supplies run out, and a small sign could be added to let students know that they can request additional supplies from the nurse if the machines are empty. Students also mentioned that because phones aren't allowed on campus, other students will go to the restroom to use their phone in the stalls, which slows the line down. While there are usually supervisors nearby and monitoring, students said that enforcement is inconsistent. Another topic was lunch. Students wanted more lunch lines because they say that older students will cut in line and by the time they get their food, lunch is almost over. Some of the specific comments were, I'll read the quotes. "We need more lunch lines. Students spend their whole lunch in the sun waiting, and we wait all break for food, then the bell rings and we throw it away." So students also said that they preferred last year's school lunches, and specifically mentioned that they liked when Domino's pizza was served. So while students appreciate the supervisors, in general, students feel that there's not enough accountability for behavior during busy times and that greater enforcement of the rules would really make a difference. Next slide. So overall, students have had positive experiences at their school. And I want to thank everyone who makes it possible to provide our students with such a high quality education. These suggestions reflect some small changes that they believe would further improve their daily experience. I understand that some of these topics might not always be seen as the most urgent, but I believe they are important because they reflect the day-to-day experiences of our middle school students. And as a student board member, it's my responsibility to amplify their voices. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve as a student board member this year. This board and every student conversation this year has taught me so much, and I look forward to continue advocating for students in their education in university and beyond. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Mrs. Hatcher, Mrs. McLaughlin, Mrs. Varicchio, Mrs. Nickel, Ms. Hosseini, Ms. Almanza, Ms. McClellan, Mr. Stone, Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. Penrod, and Mrs. Morrison for their support in providing me the platform to speak with their students. Also, thank you to the Realize the Dream grant for their generous donation and funding gift cards for student participation. And finally, thank you to every student who took the time to share their thoughts and ideas with me. I hope you continue to confidently share your voices and opinions because they matter. Thank you, and that concludes my student board member comments.
for sure. Thank you.
You're hired.
Caden, Student Board Member Andrew, we'd like to take this moment to recognize you for your service to the board and the students of the district. As we can tell, she has a heart for education. In the fall, Catherine will be attending the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. On behalf of the board, we thank you for your service, and we have a plaque for you and a little gift. And if we could please have the board stand, and we'll join you and join us for a picture.
If you've never been to a student board member's last day, you might think they all do this. You might be wrong. We've never had anybody do this before. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call Michelle Demersky to the podium. Michelle's the Vice President of the Assistance League of Capistrano Valley, and she's here tonight to present the positive impacts of the Links to Learning program. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you for having me. If you don't know, the Assistance League has been serving this community since '77. So for 48 years, and you're our largest partner. And somehow we just kind of haven't really been visible. But when I took over the VP, I said, no, we're going to start being visible. So I wanted to come tonight and just kind of shed a little light on one of our programs. We offer programs to the elementary schools, the middle schools, and now the high schools. Some of you probably heard about our scholarships when you were at those programs. But this is my favorite program, and I myself was a teacher. Most of us in the Assistance League were teachers. This program gives grants to middle school teachers. We give $500 to anybody who applies, basically. So this last year we gave $45,000. We've been doing this since 2000, so we're almost at close to $1 million to just your middle school teachers. But not everybody applies. So for me, when I kind of looked at the data, which, you know, we're older ladies for the most part, so the data didn't exist before I got there. So for 3 years now we have data. And I want to highlight these teachers because these teachers have applied every single year since I've been here. And I did professional development for years also. Not easy to get teachers to sign up for things. Even, you know, I called last year and tried to give $10,000 to the high school and no one returned my call. These teachers every year have been applying and they've done amazing things with hot air balloons. They've gone down to the fish market and had their students dissect slimy things. A lot of technology has been purchased, but I've even seen grade level groups just band together to get a curriculum unit that they're really interested in. Some of the counselors have put together mental health kits. So they just buy random things, so when the kids come in, they can open the kit up and play with things while they're in their room. So it's just middle school teachers, but I'm just so impressed that these people are taking the initiative. And I love being on the back end of the middle school presentation. So if we could just take a minute to look at all those beautiful teachers. They're not here today, but I'm hoping that by me shining a light on them, maybe you guys will maybe get a certificate or do something to shine a light on them. Maybe any of you out here can shine a light on your middle school teachers. They're often left out. They don't have the big PTSAs and they don't have all the big boosters. So we're there just to give them these grants. And I'm just really proud of the fact that they show up and they fill out the application, they spend the money, they give us the receipt, they go through the whole motion. And that kind of initiative deserves something, some kind of gratitude. So thank you.
Michelle, thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your donations to our great teachers. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to oral communications. We're now moving on to oral communications. The total time for oral communications shall be 20 minutes. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards?
We have 39 speaker cards this evening per Board Policy 9323, meeting conduct. The first 20 speakers will be allowed 1 minute each. Those who presented request to speak but could not be accommodated within those first 20 minutes may be allowed to speak after the board business has been conducted before adjournment. So I will call the first 20 speakers. I'm gonna do you in groups of 10, and so please line up over at the far door by where the gentleman is in the yellow jacket and Mr. Gendra. I started calling him a doctor. Oh. You got some work to do. Archer is speaker number 1. Logan, Antonio, Levi, Athena,
Pardon me. Point of
Everly,
order.
Audrey,
Madam Chairman, point of order.
Lai,
Ma'am,
Regan.
point of order. The student courtesy for coming to the front of the line is not in the public. I am raising a point
It's in our
of order
policy.
to business.
Student speaking first is part of our board policy.
And the
It is
public
not part
doesn't
of your
get to
board
call.
policy.
All board. Zachariah,
Sir, it
Ian
is not
Lee.
part of your board policy. I have a copy right here.
Jolyn
I have
Lewis.
raised a point of order per Robert's Rules of Order, and it needs to be addressed by the chair.
Can you please sit down, ma'am?
I'm
We can
raising
conduct
a
our
point of order, and according to Robert's Rules of Order, which is what you adopted to run your meetings, my point of order needs to be addressed before you proceed. According to your bylaws, document number 9 on page oral communications, non-agenda items, does not include reference courtesy of the students going first.
We will continue to look at the board policies. Everyone will get to speak, just not everyone will get to speak in the first 20 minutes. They will get to speak at the end. We are not going to change our practice at this moment. We're going to continue on with our oral communications at this moment with students first.
Asking you as a point of order to hear your bylaws.
I believe this policy was changed in 2023, ma'am, and if you'd like to exit the room, we can have Dr. Gendra help you with that, and we're going to go ahead and continue with the students. Thank you. Thank you. If you could exit the room, we can have someone help you with that. If we could have this first speaker, Archer, please join us at the podium.
Look up the board. Look up the bylaws. They are violating the bylaws. They are violating their own bylaws.
Sure.
Let me set the timer.
One moment, please.
Now we're ready. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Archer, and I'm in 7th grade at Vista Del Mar. Now, just to clarify real quick, I wrote this speech myself, and nobody handed it to me when I got here. I watched the video of Miss Balakis say the N-word, which is not okay, and it was not a quote from a book. In my school, all around, there are posters saying no place for hate, and yet what you said is the most hateful racial slur. If someone at my school said the N-word, the consequences would be severe. Miss Balakis must be held accountable for the things that she has said. Thank you.
Our next
Ladies and
speaker
gentlemen.
is Logan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and hold the applause till the end. Thank you. Or actually, no applause. But you can do snaps or you can do some jazz hands if you prefer. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Logan, and I'm a 7th grader at a Capo Middle School. To begin, 2 months ago, Miss Balakis said the N-word. This word is a very hateful racial slur. It should not be tolerated to be used in any circumstance, even if it was to be promoting a book. It is not all right or okay at all to say this untolerated, inappropriate word in any context, as well as, according to your civility policy, district employees are as a positive role models to children in the district as well as the community. This would mean that you are promoting the use of a slur to students in this district, which is extremely negative, and for this to go unnoticed is unacceptable without justice in the school district. Morally and ethically, she should be held accountable for this use of language during what she said. Thank you.
Antonio, please come forward. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sebastian, and I'm a 5th grader at Marian Bergeson Elementary. I want to speak about two amazing teachers, Miss Christian and Mr. Suits. I would need a few hours to list all the great things they do, but I will summarize by saying they are great teachers who have helped me in so many ways. I've learned so much from both of them. They believe in their students and go above and beyond to help us succeed. They have also helped me feel confident and ready for middle school, which means a lot to me. Even though I am leaving Bergeson, my little brother is still there. I want him and the rest of the students to have the same great experience I had. So please, Superintendent Dr. Brown, help us keep Miss Christian and Mr. Suits at our school, because losing them would be a big loss for the students at Bergeson. Thank you.
Levi?
Yeah.
For all of you students, you can use that second mic if you need to, so you don't have to stand at the podium.
Thank you, Levi. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Levi, and I'm a 5th grader in the Mandarin Immersion program at Ferguson Elementary. I'm here today to ask you to please keep Mr. Suits and Miss Christian at our school next year, especially in their Mandarin Immersion positions. You understand how challenging this program can be. They don't just teach us, they support us. They build us up and they help us find our voice and feel confident. Mr. Suits teaches us about being good leaders, run student council, and sometimes even plays soccer with us at lunch. Miss Christian leads STEP Month, Science Camp, and she makes sure we feel inspired and excited to learn. They help make school something we look forward to. They built strong connections with our class and our whole school. If they don't stay, it won't just affect us. It will affect all the kids after us too. Thanks for listening and for supporting Ferguson.
Thank you, Levi. Our next speaker is Athena.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Athena, and I'm a 5th grade student at Marian Bergeson Elementary in Laguna Niguel. I'm here to urge you to keep two of our most exceptional teachers, Miss Christian and Mr. Suits, at Bergeson in the upcoming year. I've been lucky to learn from both of them, and their leadership and connection with the students are what make our school so magical and bright. They lead enriching programs like Student Council, Science Camp, and STEAM Month that make our school stand out. Losing them would be a huge loss for Bergeson. Many of us are here tonight because we care deeply about this, and we're asking you to please keep Miss Christian and Mr. Suits at Bergeson next year. Our school thrives with their involvement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Everly.
Okay, I'll just go this one. Hello, everyone. I'm a student at Marianne Bergeson. I have two amazing teachers, Mr. Suits and Miss Christian. Mr. Suits, he's such an amazing teacher. In 3rd grade, I was diagnosed with dyslexia at the end of the year. So I wasn't helped in 3rd grade. But during 4th grade, he helped me so much. And he's such an amazing teacher. Now, Miss Christian. Miss Christian is so amazing. She has a daughter of her own, but she still chooses to spend most of her time with us. And she is such an amazing person, and and that is such amazing. During science camp, I am deeply afraid of sleepovers. So during science camp, I was pretty scared, but she always helped me through it. And I have many friends in 4th grade who I think they would be pretty sad if they lost both of these teachers. Thank you.
Audrey?
Board members, my name is Audrey Kong and I am a 5th grade student at Marian Bergeson. Mr. Suits and Miss Christian are both amazing teachers. They are both fun and kind. They have helped us with so many fun things and events. Miss Christian organizes and goes to science camp with her students every single year. She has also helped with things like organizing garden buddies as well. Mr. Suits is a fun teacher who helps with everything we need. He also attends science camp. Sometimes he will help us with our math when we don't understand it in Mandarin. During recess, he might even play soccer with us. Mr. Suits and Miss Christian are thoughtful, caring, and fun teachers that we would never want to replace. During class, they teach us step by step so we fully understand, and they make time for fun projects. Ms. Christian also helps organize STEAM Month. Mr. Suits arranges for student council. Mr. Suits and Ms. Christian both work well with our Mandarin teachers too. Many people have siblings in lower grades that want Ms. Christian and Mr. Suits as their teachers. I have a younger brother in 2nd grade that I also wish would help have Mr. Suits and Ms. Christian too. These teachers work so hard for us to enjoy school. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lai.
Hi, my name is Carter Labrador. I'm in kindergarten at Ferguson Elementary. I haven't had Mr. Suits or Miss Christian yet, but I really hope I do. My sister had them and says Mr. Suits encourages creativity and Miss Christian makes science really fun. Please let them stay at our school so kids like me can learn from them too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Regan.
Hi, my name is Vegan Labrador. I am a 5th grader at Ferguson Elementary. I want to talk about two teachers who have made a big difference, Mr. Suits and Miss Christian. Mr. Suits always encourages us to be creative and think outside the box. He makes learning fun and helps us believe in our ideas. Miss Christian makes science exciting. She doesn't just teach from a book, she does hands-on experiments that make us want to learn more. Both of them make school a place we actually look forward to. They care about us, they believe in us, and they help us grow. The younger students and future students of Ferguson need teachers like them. I really hope they can stay at Ferguson because they make our school a better place every single day. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Zachariah.
Hello, good evening, Board of CUSD. My name is Zachariah. I am a 5th grade student in Miss Christian's class. I am here because my two favorite teachers are on the verge of getting fired or relocated. I believe every kid should have the chance to have these two wonderful teachers. They have not only helped me academically, but they have encouraged me to try my best and help me with math, even because it was hard when I was in a Mandarin immersion program. They know what to do even if it's a tough day with two teachers, and they know how to balance it out with English and fun science. They taught amazing science and inspired me to become a scientist. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ian Lee.
Hello, my name is Ian Lee. I'm a 5th grader student in the Ferguson Elementary School. I'm here to convince you to keep Selena Christian and Gregory Suits at Marian Ferguson. If they leave, the younger students won't have as much fun learning as they would with these two teachers. I've sincerely enjoyed the year as a student with them. They have run a part of their family for 4 days just to take care of us in science camp and help fundraise amazing events. Please let them keep their job in Marian Ferguson Elementary. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Lewis.
Dear CUSD leaders, I am John Lewis from Marian Ferguson Elementary School, and I sincerely hope that you do not take Mr. Suits and Miss Christian away from our school for multiple reasons. First, they make learning fun by cracking jokes in class and giving prizes to those who do good. This motivates students to give a 100% effort during class. They also make contributions that take their free time away so they can support us in everything, like going with us to science camp. Not only do they make learning fun, but they also teach us some very important things. Like in 4th grade with Mr. Suits, he taught us about the gold rush. And in 5th grade, Miss Christian taught us about the American Revolution and so much more. In conclusion, I really hope that you do not take these two absolutely amazing teachers away from our school.
Our next speaker is Pippi. Following Pippi, we'll have Sophie, Owen, Troy, and Lily. Pippi, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Pippi Dennison. The Mandarin program is great. I am the fourth kid in my family to go through it. The first group of kids just got accepted to great schools like UCLA, Berkeley, and Stanford. My own brother is going to BYU on a full ride scholarship, all because of Bergeson. The Mandarin program makes Kappa Unified look good, but it has one weakness. We all struggle in English. There have been tweaks to make it better, but nothing was that effective until Mr. Suits. He is the very best teacher on this planet. He makes all of us love English. He paid so much extra attention to all of us who needed extra help, and will be the teacher I always remember for the rest of my life. Parents won't put their kids in Chinese without strong English teacher, and Mr. Suits is the strongest.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sophie.
Hello everyone, my name is Sophie Irvine of Bergeson Elementary School. I would like to address the situation as a first point of view as a student. I and many other students have reasons why we believe our two teachers, Ms. Christian and Mr. Suits, and any teacher with a tenure should stay at our school. They're extremely kind and awesome teachers. Every time I walked into their classroom, I had a smile on my face. They made me want to go to school. They made school so much more fun for me. And I want younger students to enjoy them as much as I did in 4th grade and this past year. That's why I believe Mr. Suits and Ms. Christian should continue to work at our school of Marian Bergeson Elementary School of Laguna de Gale.
Our next speaker is Owen.
Good afternoon. I have put together a small portion of all that Mr. Suits and Mrs. Christian have done for me during my time at Bergeson. First, in 4th grade, I wasn't enjoying school that much. So one day I told Mr. Suits about it, and he went above and beyond to make sure that I would enjoy my time at school. I always knew he had my back when school was hard. Also, Mr. Suits has led student council with Miss Newbury for his entire time working at school. Next, Mrs. Christian is about the most hardworking teacher you will ever meet. She will stand up for you more than any teacher I have met. I always love her class because she cares about us and introduced us to science, has led STEM month, and this year alone has raised over $20,000 for our science camp. Her love for science is contagious. These two teachers don't have to go to science camp away from their families, but they do. Our school has gone through many changes in principals, but these teachers have never wavered in their support. That is why I'm asking you to give them tenure, or at the very least, let them keep their jobs.
Our next speaker is Troy.
Hello, my name is Troy Tang. I'm in Miss Christian's 5th grade class. I believe that Mr. Suits and Miss Christian should stay at Marian Bergeson Elementary. My reasons for this is because they make their subject interesting, which brings more focused students into their classroom. They also create fun activities for us to do, which would make us happy and less bored. My last reason is because they challenge us so we can learn more to prepare us ahead of time. If you ask for evidence, you can ask any 4th or 5th grader, and they will say how much they like Mr. Suits and Miss Christian. Oh my God. And even the lower grades are also eager to be in their class, including my sister. This is why I believe that Mr. Suits and Miss Christian should stay at Marian Bergeson Elementary. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Troy. Our next speaker is Lily Zollinger.
Hi, I'm Lily, a freshman at San Juan Hills High School, and I'm here to propose the grab and go snack cart at our high schools. The cart would offer student access to quick, healthy snacks with fruits, grains, and more. The cart would be staffed, and it would include the same student ID we already use in the cafeterias to ensure inclusive access to the quick bites. District-provided documents tell us that 18 schools in our district are titled as low income, causing lower quality diets at home. Our district cafeterias have a policy when you could take all the lunch or you can't have any. With this rule, I've experienced my friends and peers taking school lunches only to eat a few bites. The snack carts would not only provide both quality and nutrition, but would be fast and easy to grab the healthy snacks with no waste of food and equipment. It has been proven that balanced foods increase focus in the classroom, and grab-and-go carts can ensure that students are getting the nutrition they need to excel in classrooms. Thank you.
Okay, the students are going so fast, we're going to add more than 20, so we're going to ask the next 8 people to line up. Jason, Barbara Nelson, Jennifer, Deidre, Bradley, Linda, Amber, and Shan. Jason, please come forward.
Good evening, board. Good evening, board. Congratulations on the success of the students and the graduations. I am a stakeholder here in this district. I have a son in this district, and I work with Orange County, the government, and my concern is that we need to diversify this board more than it is currently. Congratulations on all of the women, but the representation for the stakeholders here need to be reflected here in the board. And I know, well, I've communicated with some of you. Thank you for the response, and I hope to see you soon.
Our next speaker is Barbara Nelson. Barbara had to leave. Okay, Jennifer Mumfroyd.
Good evening. My name is Jen Mofoy, and I'm a high school library media technician. I live in President Davis's neighborhood, and I've worked in the library at San Clemente High School in her area for 5 years, and I love it. Some of you are new and may not realize that ever since COVID in 2020, library staff have been working out of class every day to help students access their curriculum and fulfill the district's adherence to the Williams legislation by serving students whose Chromebooks have black screens, no power lights, malfunctioning keyboards, Wi-Fi issues, frozen trackpads, password reset, among other issues. This is technical work students rely on to access their curriculum and assignments. We have agreed with the school district to adopt these new skills and responsibilities into an updated job description and ask for 5% raise. Please advise your negotiating team to approve that raise, and we'll be happy to continue that work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deidre Harris.
Good evening, President Harris. Oh, the timer. Can I reclaim my time, please?
Sure, please start.
Good evening, President Davis, trustees, superintendents, and member of the community. My name is Deirdre Harris, and I serve as the president of the NAACP Orange County branch. I'm here tonight not only as a civil rights leader, but as the voice of every student and family who expects fairness, dignity, and accountability in their schools. On March the 12th, during a public board meeting, Trustee Balakis used the N-word, a word with a long, violent history rooted in the dehumanization of Black people. What followed was silence, and silence in moments like this is acceptance. On April the 22nd, we sent a formal letter to the board. We asked for a meeting. We asked for leadership. To this day, we've received no response. Let me be clear, refusing to agendize this issue does not erase the harm. It deepens the divide.
Speaker, your time is up. Our next speaker is Bradley Zeminski. Bradley, please come forward. Go ahead, Bradley.
Can I reclaim my time, please?
Okay, I'll ask all speakers to please be prepared when they come to the podium. Thank you.
I would like to express my disappointment and frustration with how this board has shirked accountability to their students, constituents, and community members. Last month, I witnessed this board seemingly prioritize voices that align with the Moms for Liberty majority on this board, and has also yet to hold board member Balakis accountable for the harm she caused this community when she used a racial slur during the March meeting. As a result, this board has implicitly endorsed this kind of behavior, placing Black students at risk of further harm. In order to rebuild this board's trust with the community, I would first like board member Balakis to explain in her own words why her actions were harmful and insensitive. Second, I would like the whole board to engage in racial sensitivity training, showing a willingness to learn and grow in the same way their students are expected. Finally, for now, I would like this board to reinstate the policy of the previous board to extend time for public comment.
Your time is up. Speaker. Our next speaker is Linda Moore. Linda, please come forward.
Okay, I want to address what I observed at last month's board meeting. And I arrived early at 5 p.m. to participate in the scheduled protest against Trustee Balakis' use of the N-word. But I noticed a group of about 20 people gathered at the entrance and recognized several as having spoken at many previous board meetings. Their focus always being on the right-wing topics, banning books, forbidding CRT, demanding parent notification. And this group appeared to convince the security to set up the delineators early, and they quickly got into that line. That was followed later by a group of high school students associated with them. What this caused was for the first speakers allowed to speak, and
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Our next speaker is Amber Smith.
I condemn Trustee Krista Castellanos' actions for fueling division over another trustee's use of a word used in a literary discussion by rushing to censor another trustee while ignoring the context, a book with the N-word over 400 times, and excusing similar language from speakers that also said the N-word and everybody clapped and cheered for them, hypocrites. Her selective outrage prioritizes politics over unity, stifling honest dialogue about complex issues. Instead of fostering understanding, she inflames tensions, undermining our shared values. We need leaders who bridge divides, not widen them. Let's demand fairness and unity from our board. And on another note, when other people are speaking, we remain silent. I was screamed at the whole time I spoke, both times last month, and I'm not Moms for Liberty.
Our next speaker is Shan Kay.
Hello. I'd like to recognize the horrific crash involving the Dana Hills high school students, including the death of 16-year-old student Rebecca Cespedes and injuring 5 freshmen. My heart and prayers go out to the families, friends, and staff of Dana Hills. This accident involved children, and this one moment doesn't define any of them. However, it potentially involved drinking and driving. I'd like to request that the district utilize the JADE program as a preventative measure instead of a punitive one. And on a totally different note, not myself, Amber, or anybody else involved here on the board or otherwise are Moms for Liberty, not one of us.
That concludes our speakers, and I will reiterate, those who presented a request to speak but could not be accommodated within our 20-minute allotted time are allowed to speak after all other business of the board has been completed. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing regarding the 2025-26 Local Control and Accountability Plan. The time is now 8:18 p.m. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for public hearing? There are none. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing regarding the proposed, just kidding. We're going to go ahead and do that. Thanks. And the public hearing is now closed. And the time is 8:19. At this time, we'd like to open the public hearing regarding the 25-26 proposed budget adoption. The time is still 8:19. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for the public hearing?
There are none.
Okay, and it is now closed at 8:19. Okay, and we're moving on to discussion action items. And 14A, 25-26 Local Control and Accountability Plan. This is an information item only and no board action is necessary. I'd like to recognize Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent, who will introduce the item.
Thank you, President Davis and trustees. Staff presents item 14A, Local Control and Accountability Plan, or also known as the LCAP. This is an information item we are presenting to you the proposed 25-26 LCAP, which is the second year of a 3-year plan. This year, to gather feedback from the CUSD community, Dr. Gomez, who's sitting next to me here, and I intentionally combined forces and brought together the concept of a world-class education and vision of a CUSD graduate with the LCAP, integrated those, and then we held 16 different engaging, interactive meetings with different stakeholders, including our high school students, teachers, classified staff, principals, and parents. And we encouraged conversation and we presented those together, and we received great feedback from those conversations, and those then are being funneled into the LCAP work. So Dr. Gomez is going to share a couple other highlights and an overview, and he will take it from here.
Good evening, members of the board. I want to thank you so much for the ability to address this part. But our LCAP feedback season was absolutely amazing. And I want to highlight one particular meeting that we had, and that was with our DLAC members. And the most amazing thing about what we did in these engagement sessions, and we did them across the district, as Dr. Merwin shared, but in that particular meeting, we had families that spoke Russian, Mandarin, Spanish, English, and this room was filled with our families moving through, talking about the vision of a CUSD grad. And it was probably one of the most inspiring things to see our parents in all those different languages give us such rich feedback, one about the things that we're doing well and the things we can grow on. It was absolutely inspiring. And those comments throughout all of our sessions have been reflected in our LCAP process. We are also going through technical review with the Orange County Department of Education, so they are giving us feedback. There's no particular action that the board would take tonight, but that would come back to you for approval in your June board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board, do we have any comments? Okay, thank you. All right, and Mrs. Hayes, do we have any? Thank you. Okay, and this is just an action item, so we'll move on to 14B. 25-26 proposed budget adoption. It's an information item only. Also, there will be no board action necessary. I'd like to recognize Clark Hampton, who will introduce the item.
I don't need a little microphone just yet. So, I do. You might need it. So, thank you, President Davis, trustees. So this is a preview of our budget for 25-26, and I want to thank Philippa Townsend and her staff for the work that they do all year long, getting ready for these times when we present the budget to you. You may also notice in the item we have a new format for the budget. We have a budget book, which provides a little more detail to the community on how the budget is built and then ultimately where the money is spent. So I'd like to now turn it over to Philippa Townsend to present the item to you. Thank you.
Good evening. So this is the initial look at the 25-26 budget before it is brought back for adoption on June 18th. The assumptions in this budget reflect the information from the governor's January budget. Obviously, the May revise just came out last week. The COLA percentage used in this budget is 2.43, and at the May revise, it did come in slightly lower at 2.3%. In addition, the May revise proposed a lower amount of revenue for the transitional kindergarten smaller class size that we're going to see next year. It was lower than the initial proposal in January, and the reduction in funding was recommended by the Legislative Analyst's Office because they said that they felt the amount of money provided was more than the cost of the implementation. None of that proposed revenue has been included in this budget, so once the state budget has been signed at the end of June, we will revise the budget and include that revenue and adjust the COLA. So this slide shows what happens with the COLA when it's introduced a year before. The COLA started out at 2.93%, and as indications came in that inflation was lower, the COLA was lowered, and so we went from a high of 2.93% a year ago to 2.3% now, which means, of course, that the revenue that we will get just decreases as we go through the year, so we have to adjust our budget as we go. So the 2.3% COLA for 25-26 is now fixed as of the May revise, and it won't change again. This chart, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line. So 25-26 is the final year of the transitional kindergarten implementation, and with a reduction in class size from 12 students to 1 adult to 10 students to 1 adult, we expect to have at least 70 classes of transitional kindergarten this year. And those classes consist of an AM and a PM class of 10 students each this upcoming year. This is our multi-year projection. Shows the reserve levels for the current multi-year. It does not include any new revenue proposed by the governor. It does not include the revised lower COLA or any recent negotiated settlements with our bargaining units. All of these items will be incorporated into the revised budget that will be presented with the unaudited actuals data on August 13th. And just to switch gears a little bit and talk about insurance challenges that we're facing. As you all probably know, insurance for all types of things such as property, car insurance, property and liability have all been increasing, and our liability insurance is the same. Since 2019, our insurance has gone up almost 200%. One of the reasons for that is AB 218, which changed the time allowed for individuals to file for claims. In addition to their annual premiums that have increased, districts have also been required to make additional one-time payments for the last 4 years to cover the cost of the additional lawsuits stemming from AB 218. And since most districts in California use the same insurance company, ASKIP and SELF, ASKIP is our basic insurance, and SELF is our additional insurance, kind of like an umbrella insurance. So as you can see in the chart, the payments have increased every year. And we're expecting to pay again next year, but we don't know how much. Since we are all covered by the same insurance company, we all get a bill each year, and the bill goes back to 1986, 87, and we all pay additional amounts based on that.
I just want to be clear, this is additional coverage for the insurance. It doesn't mean we've actually had claims against us in this area. So just to be clear for the public, it doesn't mean we're getting a lot of claims from this. It's a group insurance rate, and so claims anywhere raise the rates for everyone everywhere.
Correct. So the 2025-26 budget will be brought back for adoption on June 18th, and once the state budget is signed, the revised budget will come back for approval on August 13th. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We have one speaker card, Mr. Christopher Meza. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Mason, and I serve as the Chair for Criminal Justice for the NAACP OC branch. I'm here tonight to speak about the near elimination of cultural proficiency funding. This year, the district spent just $17,000 out of a $380,000 budget, a 95% cut. And now you're proposing only $25,000 for next year. This is unacceptable. Cultural proficiency training provides the skills and understanding to serve our diverse community. Defunding it, especially now, is not just irresponsible, it's harmful. On March 12th, Trustee Balakis used the N-word at this dais. On April 23rd, instead of accountability, we saw coordinated efforts to silence the community. Balakis even accused Trustee Castellanos of summoning those people. Let's be clear, Black community members are not summoned. They are speaking out because they were harmed. Yet instead of investing in anti-bias training, you're gutting it. And some on this board still defend the use of the N-word if it's in an academic context. No. The community has told you clearly it is never okay. This board must do three things. Because Balakis will not resign, the board must censure Trustee Balakis. Number two, ban racial slurs in policy. And number three, fully fund cultural proficiency to prevent this harm from continuing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, comments? Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to 14C. Thank you. CUSD Cares Wellbeing Update Year 2. This is an information item only and no board action is necessary, and I'd like to recognize Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent, Student and Support Services, who will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, President Davis and trustees. Staff presents item 14C, CUSD Cares Wellbeing Update Year 2 in Review. So the presentation this evening will include updates regarding the programs, the resources, the trainings for CUSD Cares, as well as our successes and our lessons learned from our second year of implementation. Finally, we will conclude with next steps for the 25-26 school year. In support of the item, in the back of the room, we have Principal of Oak Grove Elementary School, Dr. Emma Robles. We have Coordinator of Athletics and Activities, Mr. Greg Kemp, and Coordinator of Counseling and Support Services, Mr. Omero Corral. So first and foremost, CUSD Cares is about supporting the well-being of our students so that they can be successful in their educational careers. CUSD Cares emphasizes three different components. It encourages positive connections, building a sense of school community, and providing multiple opportunities for celebration. So, as you all know, CUSD Cares also addresses well-being of our staff. But tonight, as we look at Year 2 in review, we are focusing first and foremost on our students and the utmost importance of their well-being. So listed on the slide are the programs, resources, trainings that we will be quickly reviewing that we implemented this past year that directly or indirectly support our students. And we will provide you a brief update at the end regarding our next steps. So I always start with this slide because I want to remind everyone of how CUSD Cares fits into our system of support for our students. So this image shows the multi-tiered system of support, and you can see on the bottom, the base of this, are three areas where how we support our students. We support them with teaching and learning, positive behavior, and also student well-being. You notice then the red highlight, that is then the student well-being portion of this system, and that is how CUSD Cares fits in to the multi-tiered system of support. CUSD Cares provides support for students in Tier 1, meaning all benefit, Tier 2, some that need more support, and Tier 3, where a few of our students need intensive support. So as we speak tonight, yes, we address teaching and learning and positive behavior, but tonight is about the student well-being portion. So jumping right in, the first component of CUSD Cares for our second year are our student centers. As you can see here, we have increased the number of schools with these rooms to 6. Each school has customized their room to be unique to their school setting and their culture. Students are always part of the design process, and the work is supported by Orange County Department of Ed as well as Children's Hospital of Orange County. The examples here on this slide are from Marco Forster Middle School, and this is Rocky's Calm Room, and that was named by the student body in name of Rocky the Roadrunner, of course. Additional schools will be receiving the student centers in next year. I'll share those details with you when we get to the next steps at the end of the presentation. Ondor CUSD Cares Middle School Intramural Sports Program. And looking at the numbers, it was a huge success this year. And so let me point out a couple of the ways that we built on the success from last year. First and foremost, we went from 3 to 4 different sports that were played by our middle school students. Secondly, notice the participation rate. We went up 14% from last year, with nearly now a third of our middle schoolers participating in at least one of those sports. And hearing from student board member Verando, she was mentioning how that came up in her focus groups as well as being an important part of their experience. So continuing on with the data from this program, we are seeing similar trends compared to last year. And those trends are that students who are participating have higher attendance rates and fewer suspension and discipline issues compared to students who did not participate. And we wanted to go a little bit deeper this year, and so this is a preview of the CUSD Cares surveys that were presented in the spring. We pulled one of those questions out that really got at the heart of, are students feeling connected to school? And so we wanted to ask then look at how our intramural participants answered that question, because ultimately the intramurals should help them feel more connected. So as this table demonstrates, 64% of the intramural participants stated agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. I feel like I am part of this school. Comparing that to the non-intramural participants, only 55% answered it the same way. So then, understanding the success of the middle school program and recognizing that CUSD Cares from the beginning of its inception had a focus on middle school. Middle schoolers in particular, they have unique needs, as Superintendent, as student board member Verando mentioned. In her focus groups, she learned too that they have unique needs. And so we focused from the beginning on our middle schoolers. They're coming from elementary to middle, and then they're going from middle to high school. It's an important part of our students' progression. However, we also recognize elementary students need support, and we heard that loud and clear last year when we were presenting this, where elementary families said, well, what about elementary students? Teachers and principals at elementary said, could we do something for elementary as well? Thus, the elementary lunchtime sports pilot was born. And so this program was piloted at 12 of our elementary schools starting in January and will conclude at the end of the month. This is a 1 day a week sports program during lunchtime for our elementary students, kindergarten through 5th, for anyone who wants to participate. As you can see here, it was typically on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and that those 12 schools participated. The different games that they participated in are listed there, and unofficially we did hear soccer, basketball, flag football, the favorites. So we also then wanted to look and see were there similar trends with the intramural sports compared to the elementary lunchtime sports? And yes, we did see similar trends of some positive impacts of the program. So you can see over 2,300 students participated across the 12 schools. And of those students participating, they had higher attendance rates and they had fewer discipline referrals. We also included a couple of principal testimonials, and overall, principals were very pleased with the program and said, you know, there are fewer discipline issues. Kids are excited to come. They come running out when they know it's lunchtime sports that day, and they're very excited. So it's had a positive impact on our elementary schools. You'll recall last year, as we presented our first year, we focused on mindfulness training for our teachers. And we presented that to teachers, and then after last year's experience, we then said, let's go ahead and design something for our parents. So we, this year, as part of year 2 of CUSD Cares, provided a 4-session webinar series for our parents on mindfulness. You can see the different topics from the different weeks, from communication, connections, parenting, etc., using mindfulness strategies. As you can see, we had 51 parents attend. However, now that's a small number, we recognize that, but of those 51, notice the results and how they responded. Over 90% either agreed or strongly agreed that it was helpful, and nearly 88% saying they've learned something they can apply at home with their students. We also continued from last year, we continued with our mental health training for staff. So CUSD Cares is built on, again, a focus on middle school. And this training is something that empowers our staff to be aware of student mental health needs, as well as signs that a student may need help. The commitment again, and this year, was any new middle school staff would be trained. And then you'll recall from last spring, trustees gave great feedback and said, how about our high school student supervisors? They could really benefit from this training. So we went ahead and we trained them during our November 1st Professional Development Day. We also continued to offer mental health training to any employees that wanted it over the summer, and then also on that November student-free day. Also in year 2, we continue to explore the concept of student well-being check-ins. Last year we piloted with one program. This year we came back and we piloted with 2 different programs, Sown to Grow and Panorama. So as a reminder, the concept of this is that it provides students the opportunity to share how they're feeling on a weekly basis using a 1 to 2 minute prompt that they access on their Chromebooks. The responses are then viewed by their teacher, counselor, the administrator on site, and then any families can have access to those responses anytime they'd like upon request. The bottom line here, as we look at the results, we need to continue to explore and investigate this. The reason is we did ask our pilot teachers for their feedback from this past year, and we did have a small window of time for the pilot. It was only February until last month. 35 responses was not a large sample size, and then also 60% strongly agreed they would want to use them next year. The majority of the respondents preferred Sown to Grow because of ease of use, student written responses, different ways to use it. You'll note the quotes on the slide, that counselor feedback and teacher feedback, it's mixed. So it is not a strong endorsement for this approach. You'll notice in the teacher feedback, positive things, but also saying, I just don't understand how this connects. This is intrusive. How do I fit this into my day? So I'll share with the next steps at the very end on what we've learned from this. So on to the surveys. I've already previewed one of the questions with you based on the intramurals, but one of our commitments after last year was to create a system of being able to measure our effectiveness of our programs and collect feedback from our families, our students, our staff regarding safety and well-being. How do they feel on our campuses? And then determine what we're doing, if it works or not. So thus we came forward then with the CUSD Cares Safety and Well-Being Surveys. This was administered during a 2-week period in April. This was for students, for staff, and for families. And please note the incredible participation rates by our students. We had 26,000 students participate in this survey in grades 3 through 12. That's a 270% increase in participation of students compared to 2024 student surveys. Staff was similar to compared to previous surveys on the number. Families, a 25% increase in participation. This is establishing the baseline for us because this is a brand new survey and we don't have anything to compare to because it's apples to oranges with previous surveys. But this is very exciting to have very authentic voice from students, staff, and families regarding how we're doing in these 5 areas. So you can see the different survey categories that were presented during the survey. The ones we're focusing on tonight are related to CUSD Cares, safety, and sense of belonging. So before we jump into those results, very quickly, here's what it looks like when you get the responses on a particular question. This is district-wide response based on this statement for connectedness. I am happy to be at school, right? What's their feeling, a sense of belonging and connectedness at their school site? Notice what we see are yes, all of the time, yes, most of the time, some of the time, and no, never. So the way that the survey data are collected and shared with us, you can see the total number of students that answered. You can see the percentage of the total that answered that way. But note the yes some of the time, because that's important. That, when it's kind of a neutral, is not considered favorable, and it's not considered unfavorable. It is truly neutral. It is not part of the favorable responses when they say yes some of the time. That is not considered favorable. So as we look at the next responses, please remember that, because that, in other surveys, that would potentially be favorable, but not in the way that Panorama has organized the data for us. So take a look at that as we move forward. Here we go. For safety, there's about 6 questions on safety, and note the overall percentage of favorable responses. Elementary and secondary students overall, 67% favorable. Families, 88% favorable. Staff, 79% favorable. You'll note in both of this slide and the next slide, families are reporting the highest favorable scores for this topic. And then when you notice the students, even though for the overall, both sets of students were 67%, you'll note that from elementary to secondary, when you dig into the individual questions, there's actually a decrease from elementary to secondary in that sense of safety. So for example, looking at that question, how safe do you feel when you are at school or in online school sessions? You have elementary students saying 75% are favorable, but 20% neutral. So remember that, because that means that you have 5% unfavorable. Okay, so the 70%, 75% favorable doesn't mean the other 25 are not favorable. It just means 20% are neutral on the topic. So that's important. And then also for secondary, then you can see 68% favorable, 23% neutral. So there's a shift definitely in their responses as they move from elementary into middle and high school. When we look at sense of belonging, and again, that's school connectedness, then the elementary students score 75%, secondary 69% favorable, families 91% favorable, staff 80%. Again, families reporting the highest scores for favorable scores for belonging. And there's a decrease again from elementary to secondary. But note the difference when you look at the individual questions. I feel close to people at this school. Identical favorable scores for elementary and secondary. A little difference in the neutral scores, but then when you look at that connectedness, I feel like I am part of the school. Notice the difference. But again, I want to point out that the neutral percentage, secondary, 31% are scoring neutral. So just note that 56% favorable doesn't mean the rest are unfavorable. Okay, you just have a large portion where students are kind of ambivalent. They're answering more in a neutral setting. We also want to share with you how our principals are going to use this. So this is an actual look at Dr. Jenkins' dashboard of the scores from Union High School. And this is what she sees when she opens up her computer and looks at her CUSD Cares scores. Let's see if I can use this. Ooh, look at that. Woo! All right. So note she can look at students separately, and that's what she sees here, all 5 domains. And then you have the difference compared to the district. Okay, so she can see how is she comparing with the district, with the different averages. Each one of these is a drill down, so she can go into different student groups, she can look at grade levels, she can look at it all different ways. And then note she has it broken down by all the other respondents, teachers and staff and family members. And then she can actually pull all of them together and compare them right next to each other to see what the trends are. All of our principals have the data, access to it right now, just like this, so they can already start building their plans for next year on what are they going to do to help students feel safe, safety, belonging. Notice there's also, we're not getting into it tonight, but grading, fairness of discipline, rules and norms, and support for academic learning. So hitting on a lot of the things that Student Board Member Rando asked in her focus groups were brought out in this survey. And just to wrap up, two final things. We did hold our first ever CUSD Cares Safety and Wellbeing Expo. This was on May the 2nd at Kenosha Elementary School. We had about 200 families and staff members attend because, again, CUSD Cares is about employees and families. You can see multiple organizations were there to provide resources and services. And we were treated to incredible presentations, first and foremost by the Camino Correos, the mariachi band from Marco Forster. Also, the San Clemente High School Sparkle team was there, sparkling away. And then the local San Juan Capistrano Native American tribe member, Jackie Nunez, performed for us as well. And finally, you'll recall from previous presentations, we created a CUSD Cares employee poster that has a QR code for employees to go to resources and assistance programs for employees. Looking at that this year, we said, you know, what if we created a poster for students specific to their school on what they would like, on ways to connect, on sense of community, ways to celebrate, activities, events, etc. Because really, students don't care at all about this district office. They care about their school. And so we worked with the very innovative, creative principal, John Masustin at Capo Valley High School, and we are mocking up a Capo Valley Cares poster that we will roll out in the fall at Capo Valley with a QR code specific to their school on all the posters so students can easily access when are the next events coming up, what are different things happening, how can they connect and be part of the community there at Capo Valley. If it works, and we believe it will, then we would support all of our high schools in developing similar posters. Okay, so then looking to the future, what does year 3 look like for CUSD Cares? First and foremost, we'll continue to build out our student centers. Short Cliffs Middle School is nearly done, so that'll be open early fall. And then Newhart Middle School, Ladera Ranch Middle, and Don Juan Avila Middle School, all of them will have student centers by the end of the year. Middle school intramural sports will continue. We will continue to seek out community partnerships. We will continue to use the 5-star program to get accurate data on who's participating so we can monitor and really decide. Again, we have 1/3 of the students participating, but that means 2/3 are not. So they're not connecting with the sports program. So what else can we do that are non-sports activities to get them more involved at our middle schools? And I'm going to run all this by Student Board Member Verando and connect it to her data and make sure it fits with what she heard. Also, we'll continue the training for staff. New middle school staff will be trained, as well as optional trainings for other staff members during the summer and on the November non-student day. We will expand district-wide so that every K-5 student will have access to noontime sports program next year. And we're going to focus on Mondays and Fridays, because we know that's our toughest day for attendance. Right? Mondays and Fridays are the toughest days, so we're gonna schedule them on Mondays and Fridays, and we hope, Deputy Superintendent Hampton, we're gonna see good rises in attendance based on that at our elementary schools. We'll continue to provide mindfulness training. We're going to do another series for parents, and this time we really want to build it into an entire year of parent workshops for our families. Let them know at the beginning of the year and market it and really create like a parent institute or a parent university and have multiple options of trainings, and the mindfulness would be one option for our families next year if they wanted to learn more about that. With the well-being check-ins, we're going to stop, we're going to pause, and we're going to talk to our teachers, our counselors, and administrators and see what the work is with them. What are best practices with a check-in system? We know some of our teachers use them on their own, where they check in informally with their kids. We know that it's working in some places and not in others. So we're going to spend some time and talk to them before we decide how do we proceed forward with additional pilots. We will update the board accordingly. We'll continue to use CUSD Cares survey next year. We will support our schools because they can customize their own versions of the survey. If they want to get at different questions for their schools, they can create different versions of it so they can ask more specific questions for their schools. And we want to continue to dig deeper to see what's working and what's not with CUSD Cares with our students, our staff, and our families. We'll roll out the student posters Capa Valley, see how those go, and then we will start developing and planning for our next district expo in 25-26. We are excited about continuing this important work. We appreciate the support of our board and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We have 3 speaker cards. I'll ask you to line up. Anne, Deidre, and Michelle. Anne, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Anne. I'm a mom and a nurse practitioner and really tired. I don't know how you guys do this all night. CUSD Cares is a wonderful program, and I think it is important that the board thinks about and the schools think about caring for all the kids and the diversity of kids. And so really, I mean, I think it's important that there be a conversation about diversity and how we use our language. And I appreciate Trustee Castellanos wanting to have a conversation and just have it on the agenda to talk about accountability and sensitivity. And I appreciate you trying, Trustee Castellanos. And I think it's really important too that we think about, all kids that are in a marginalized group. And, we're in a pretty white district, but there's all kinds of kids that are diverse, and there's, LGBTQ kids and trans kids, and they all need extra care. They're the ones being bullied, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Deidre, please come forward.
Good evening again. Deirdre Harris, President of NAACP. I first want to applaud the efforts of this wonderful program of CSUD Cares. And secondly, it raises a question that many of us are probably challenged with at this moment. And is that, does the CSUSD board really care? Are you concerned about all children and their safety and their well-being? Because this community has called on this board to act and to publicly condemn the use of racial slurs, to place a critical item on the agenda, and to take real steps to rebuild the trust. This isn't about politics. This is about principle. It's about protecting our children. The NAACP has spent centuries, over 116 years, fighting to dismantle systems of injustice because of our sacrifice, because of our labor, because of our advocacy, because of our voices. Women like you are able to hold seats. That's the women's rights. We all know our history. But with power comes responsibility. The children are watching, and we will continue watching. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle.
Good evening. My name is Michelle. I have 3 kids in CUSD, a TK and 7th grader at BDM, and a freshman at St. Clemente High School. I want to highlight what a valuable asset the CUSD Cares program is to this district. In particular, the middle school intramural sports program has been fantastic. My kid has done it 2 years in a row. It gives our students an opportunity to visit other schools. They got to ride a bus, which was really fun. They really enjoyed that. And they get to engage with peers from different communities. One of the stated goals of the CUSD Cares program is to foster connection and strengthen our sense of school community. So I ask the board, how does your silence, your complete lack of response, after Judy said the N-word during a public meeting, contribute to a sense of community? Your inaction sends a painful message to our Black students, families, and staff that their dignity and safety are not worth defending. And it tells the entire community that racism can be met with silence. The N-word is a harmful racial slur. Saying it is racist. Defending it is racist. Words matter, leadership matters, and accountability matters. Hold Judy accountable. Our children are watching. I urge you to be on the right side of history. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, discussion? Comments? Well, I would like to say how much I appreciate it. And when I got on the board, that was the first thing I wanted to do was get sports back in middle school and elementary school. So thank you. I've been able to attend quite a bit of the events, and I love it. And I love the statistics and how it's helping our students in so many ways and making a difference. So thank you. And I love the panorama and what we're doing with that and how we're actually really working hard to get feedback from our community. So thank you very much. Okay, and we will move on. Oh, I'm sorry. Gila, I'm sorry, I didn't notice that.
No, sorry. So I have several questions. When Trustee Varando mentioned the counselor info, that students say they don't want to see counselors, I have to say I'm pretty alarmed that counselors are just saying to the parent, oh, your child is being bullied. That seems problematic, but that aside, because I don't want them to be afraid to tell their counselors. But I felt that if students are afraid to be seeing their counselors, it seems like if we're feeding this data to counselors, I'm not sure exactly what good it's doing if they are concerned for a variety of reasons. One remark I believe you said was they don't like being called out of class because then they know that it's known that they were tattling or something. So I hope we can address that. You don't necessarily need to respond. If you want to respond, go ahead. I'm just throwing these things out there.
I appreciate the feedback. Keep going.
Okay. So regarding the intramurals, back on slide 6, can we see slide 6 again? It's probably hard to determine with, attendance and suspensions and discipline, whether it's improved for specific participants. What I kind of wonder is whether the intramurals end up sort of self-selecting the kids who are have better attendance, less suspension, less discipline. So I'm just wondering if there's any sort of a way, even if we only did it at one middle school, to kind of try to figure it out. Because to do it at all of them would be hard. But one middle school might be able to look at the data and help us somehow. Because if, I love the middle school intramurals. Don't get me wrong. But I think we need to know whether it's like the A students are getting the best grades, are we self-selecting those kids, or we're not selecting, but they are self-selecting the kids who are going to tend to have fewer suspensions, discipline, etc. I'm also wondering if we can ask some kind of demographic questions so we can understand what types of students, for example, don't feel safe. Is it the students mostly the 6th graders in middle school? Is it the students who don't have siblings? I'm just throwing that out there. But could we be getting some demographics? I know that in the old Czech survey, we got all kinds of demographics. And I don't know that I think it's worthwhile doing that.
So we absolutely can with this.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Asking a few demographic questions. Is it girls more than boys, et cetera?
And if I could say too,
yes,
I appreciate the feedback on kind of digging deeper in it. Is it what types of students are accessing it, and is it making a difference for them compared to prior to and then after or during the intramurals?
Right.
We can actually look at the data of student by decile. So we can look at the students that are the highest decile with the best grades compared to the lowest decile with the lowest grades, and see what types of students are engaging and then what the difference is with that. So we will absolutely do that as a next step.
Yeah, something to just tell us a little bit more.
Yes.
I also wanted to say, I thought it was interesting that the parents think the schools are safe, and the kids are maybe not so much. But I think to parents, they're thinking about physical safety, whereas kids are thinking about being bullied, being teased. That feels unsafe to them. I don't think they mostly think that there's lack of physical safety in their school. That doesn't occur to most kids. So I think that that's kind of an interesting issue, that we're assuming that parents think it's safe and kids not so much, but I think it means something different to parents and
So
kids.
if I could speak to that, actually. So a couple of things.
Yeah.
So one, we know who the kids are, so we don't need to ask demographic data because it's linked to them.
Okay.
So the principals absolutely can dig through
Okay,
the data.
I wasn't
and
aware of
see-
that.
yeah.
Okay.
The other thing is when we show the data here, it's aggregated into a category called safety, but it's multiple questions, right? So the parents had to answer questions about bullying and mental safety versus safe in bathrooms, right? And so principals can dig out, so you could have different principals at different sites who actually have the same safety number, but very different reasons and way they got to that number, and so very different interventions that they would have to then put in at their site. So with 54 sites, it's different every site. We just aggregate it for the district, but
Okay.
each principal can actually already look at that.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I wasn't aware of that. And then I just did want to make sure that schools had some ability to customize this for things they wanted to know at their school that some other school doesn't need to know that.
Yes, absolutely. Next year, principals will be trained in how they can create their own variation. They can ask
Okay.
different questions. We'll keep something as a standard district-wide, so we have an apples to apples every
Of
year.
course.
But schools will have that option
But they can add 3 or 4
They
questions
could
themselves.
customize
if
something
they
on their
wanted.
own to send out and check on
They
that
can
as well.
actually give ad hoc, so if, for example, a principal says, hey, we're having a sense of belonging that's a little lower than our peer schools, we're gonna implement this particular intervention for sense of belonging. They can actually give little ad hoc surveys throughout the year to monitor their progress using the same questions that are in the big survey or variations of those questions that are norm referenced across the country. So that they don't have to wait for April to see how their intervention did, right? They can roll an intervention out and then in 6 weeks in October really look and say, are we moving the needle or not? So that's one of the powers of having a platform like this, is that principals can go quick.
Great.
Even teachers can go quick in their rooms because
Great.
they can see the data by their class.
And I know you're very familiar with Panorama. These guys are just beginners at it. So I appreciate all that.
I have a question. I believe it's called the 5-star program that we use in high school
Yes,
and
middle school as well.
in middle school.
Yes.
Okay, so are they using that to participate in different things? Because that was the question, is identifying the kids not engaging and then being able to have the administration figure out a way to reach out and
Encourage them, find
encourage them,
ways,
find
yes.
what would it take for you to, come and join us and to participate? So they're going to use this in the same way.
Most middle schools are using it regularly, and that's how they're tracking the intramurals, to see who's participating, who's not. And they even use it to see who's in the audience watching, spectators watching. When they have it in an area where they can kind of keep track of which students are there just observing the games, they can even see who's participating that way, which is also then they're feeling connected even though they're not playing. So we'll continue. We just need to make sure that it's consistently used across all middle schools for all four sports, so that we can have really authentic data. Thank you.
Other trustees?
Yeah. Is there body research on connectedness related to staff? Because it strikes me as odd that 20% of our staff don't feel connected to the school site. And that has to translate in some kind of variability on how students perceive the safety and fairness and justice within, their environment.
Absolutely. The way they feel impacts how the students feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are, as the superintendent was saying, about 5 or 6 questions then that the staff answered that the principals can dig into deeper and see what was the, what's the underlying theme underneath those questions, and then maybe figure out some options, work with staff to see why do you feel this way?
Yeah.
Because that does impact students.
Yeah.
And Dr. Pritchard, there is research that talks about the sense of belonging and connectedness for staff as a measure of the culture of the school and the collective teacher efficacy, which John Hattie's research talks about how the greater the collective teacher efficacy you have, the greater the student outcomes you get. So you're absolutely right. The reason we ask teachers is students' connectedness and students' belonging matters, but your teachers have to connect and belong as well. So we got to work on both things.
Can we go back to that slide on teachers?
Which slide?
Well, that Dr. Pritchard is mentioning.
So it would be the survey results, and then you can see then.
I thought it was like 5%.
So staff,
79 is C.
safety, and then the sense of belonging.
5%.
So the 80% there can be broken down, then each
So
principal.
it's a
can
yes
see
or a
their own.
no? It wasn't a
No,
feel?
it's actually 5 or 6 questions where it's strongly agree some of the time, most of the time. So there are
But
variations.
20 and 21%.
Yeah, so like here, 80% of the staff would say they feel
Right.
connected generally across the district, that they feel a sense of connectedness. But that means 20% don't.
Right, and 21%
Yeah.
don't feel safe. So, or, that's my wonder,
don't
is
forget
it,
the
are
neutral
they or
number, yeah.
neutral, or is it that they don't feel safe?
Yeah, with
So
that, because
so
we didn't bring out the neutral of the staff, and there is a neutral percentage, so that would definitely
Right.
factor into it.
So maybe we can bring that back, because I'd like to see that, because that's a very different number.
Be happy to share that.
Great, thank you. And the last thing I'd like to mention is that rather than focusing on bullying, we mentioned quite a few times in a few different parts, let's work on building strength, building character, self-esteem, focusing on character and grit. So let's help continue to build that into what we're working on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, trustees.
thank you. Okay, and we're moving on to 14D, resolution number 2425-30, supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. May I have a motion to adopt resolution 2425-30, supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Adnam, second by trustee Bolkus.
I'd like to offer a substitute motion, which is that rather than voting on this resolution tonight, we ask the superintendent to put it on a board workshop agenda as soon as can be done reasonably. And this is just in an effort to see if there's some kind of common ground. I think there are families that feel concerned about this, and I'm not saying there's something wrong with this, but I think we need to discuss what families' feelings are. So.
Okay, do we have a second on the substitute motion?
Second.
Okay, trustee, seconded by trustee Castellanos, and I will go ahead and present the item. Okay, all right, and will we have a? Okay, do you have something to present on that?
All right, so there's a substitute motion on the floor. Go ahead and present the item. Right, it's not amending, so it's a substitute. So you can present the item. We will then discussion, hear from the public, and then you'll vote on the substitute motion first, and then if it passes, and it carries the first one with it. If it doesn't pass, then you would vote on the original motion after the substitute motion.
Okay, so public comment comes when?
After the presentation.
Yeah, so comment become before voting either
My
way, on either motion.
Okay, so public comment before my presentation and also before,
No, you can present
okay,
if you have something to present for your motion, and then Lisa will present,
okay.
and then public comment.
So shortly after trustee Zolinger and Adams were elected, I met with them and talked to them about, I said, well, I didn't support your campaigns, but I said, we're on the same team now and we're going to work for kids together. So I looked up in the dictionary, what does team mean? And I got a couple of definitions. One is a number of persons associated in some joint action. And here's an amusing one: 2 or more horses, oxen, or other animals harnessed together to draw a vehicle, plow, or the like. We're not doing that. But the point is that team members work together for a common goal. And the goal of this board in this district is always to do the best for our students. I've talked to Trustee Zollinger and Adnams and also Trustee Bullicus in workshops. I can't recall if I've talked to Trustee Davis about this, so whatever. About consensus and decision-making and working as a team. And the four of us, I can't remember with Trustee Davis, agreed that working together as a team and coming to consensus was a good thing. I'm not going to state that I have anything in favor of this resolution or against it. I don't think that's the point. I'm not going to say it's a good one or a bad one. What I'm going to say is I know there are people in the community who think it may have larger implications, that it's the precursor to things that will be more objectionable. There are fears, there are concerns. And this, we just talked about connectedness for kids. This harms connectedness for some kids. So the reason I'd like to do a workshop is it would give the board the opportunity to make our intentions more clear to the public and address specific concerns. The last board meeting was contentious. This board meeting was not as bad, and I thank the audience for that. But contentiousness on the board, even if it's just among the board members, doesn't move the needle for kids. And I actually think maybe the worst part of it is the reputation for contentiousness in this district may cause families not to move into CUSD, not to put their children in our schools. It may discourage good candidates from applying to work in this district. And we have to be thinking about this. Again, it's not about this resolution, it's about contentiousness. I don't know whether Dr. Brown would have applied to this district to be our superintendent if he thought we had a reputation for contentiousness. So I do not think, believe that a workshop would for sure change the outcome on the vote. I'm not trying to get it a different outcome. I think it sounds from the motions and seconds that we would have, we've got 4 votes for this. And I don't have a problem with that. But if we have a discussion, even if not a single thing changes, then still it's better, because it means we're no longer 7 different individuals. We are a team that works together to try to reach consensus. Just tries. Maybe the resolution would be changed a little bit to allay to some community concerns. A word here and there might do it. Maybe the workshop discussion and little changes won't change the vote, but it will change who we are from 7 individuals into a team of 7. So some of you know we are working with Del Obispo. We're Del Obispo School. We're going to be consolidating it with another school. And a lot of parents are not too happy about that. Dr. Brown met with parents from Del Obispo regarding their school's future.
Point of order, Trustee Jones, let's stay on topic.
I know, but I just want to say,
I know you want to, but
it is the topic.
But it isn't. This is actually in this. This is in regards to this resolution. So if you could please stay on topic.
But parents heard him. They felt heard, and a lot of changes weren't made. But it does cause people to feel heard. So that's all I want to do. I am not saying change this. I won't vote for it. Any of that. I might vote for it. I don't know. But I think we need to come together as a board. We need to talk about this in something other than a board meeting and just see where we all stand and help the community have more confidence about where we are. Okay.
Trustee Jones, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please remember hands and claps. Thank you. This is the time for a discussion, Trustee Jones, and this is the opportunity to make those little changes as you would like to. So any trustee can have anything and add to this discussion at this time. I'm going to present the item. And then speaker cards. The same order. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. At our last board meeting, we saw many of our CUSD students come to the podium in this room to bravely, boldly, and independently express their thoughts and views on a number of topics. I was beyond impressed with the courage and boldness that they displayed. As a trustee, I could not be more proud of what I saw in that meeting, but our job on this board is not solely to facilitate meetings and speeches, but to listen to and implement what our students, our families, and our communities are asking for. One of the topics a number of parents and students spoke about last meeting was fairness in our athletic programs, especially as it relates to girls' sports. They spoke clearly, boldly, and respectfully. Most importantly, they asked the trustees to take action. They requested something very simple: fairness and ensuring that every student feels safe in sports. The topic of protecting women's sports is not new or isolated to our area. It's a major topic across the country, which explains why I've heard from so many students and community members on the topic, not just in our last meeting, but over the past several months and years. In each of these conversations, I was ultimately asked, what action is the CUSD Board of Trustees going to take to ensure our female athletes feel they are being protected and treated with fairness? As we saw in the track and field CIF finals in Orange County, we had a male compete in the girls' events. As we know, this creates an unfair advantage. Personally, I strongly support the Save the Girls Sports resolution. I played volleyball, basketball, participated in track and cross country in high school. As a high school athlete, I would never have been able to compete against my male friends in any sports I participated in. We're simply made different. We should not expect our girls to compete against biological boys. And up until recently, that was an almost universally supported truth. But this issue and tonight is not what I personally feel or support. It's about the facts, and most importantly, the acting on the will of the very parents and students we've been elected to represent and serve. So let's begin with some of the facts. National Library of Medicine, male puberty, even when followed by hormone suppression, results in enduring advantages in muscle mass, skeletal structure, and oxygen capacity. These are not temporary differences. They have a direct impact on speed, power, and stamina in sports. The American Psychological Association also acknowledges in its 2021 research summary on gender and physical development that there is no consensus that cross-sex hormone therapy erases sex-based athletic advantages, particularly in the first 3 to 5 years post-transition. Even the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, while taking an inclusive approach to student well-being, recognizes in its 2022 Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance Report that biological sex remains the strongest predictor of physical performance outcomes in adolescent athletes. We don't allow students to take steroids to enter into another weight class. So how can we justify allowing individuals to use hormonal drugs to enter an entirely different athletic category? This isn't fairness. This is favoritism towards ideology over biology. One of the student speakers last meeting specifically asked what we as a board were going to do to comply with the President of the United States Executive Order 14201, which states clearly, athletic programs or activities shall be designated based on biological sex. Institutions that fail to comply with this distinct designation shall not be eligible for federal funding under Title IX. Least anyone think that this is a partisan issue. Even Governor Gavin Newsom, in a public statement last year, following controversy in CIF guidelines, said, "I believe in inclusion, but I also believe in competitive fairness for girls." We must have a hard conversation about what that looks like. Even this year, Governor Gavin Newsom highlighted this as a fairness issue when speaking about saving girls' sports. If leaders as different as Trump and Newsom can agree that fairness is at stake, we should be able to as well. Now, let me be very clear on something. At CUSD, we have zero tolerance for discrimination or disrespect towards any of our students, regardless of their race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, chosen gender, or pronouns. We are here to teach, love, protect, and create a safe environment for each of our unique students in the district. Never in my lifetime would I expect this resolution to be necessary, but it is. This resolution is about protecting opportunity, fairness, and the safety of our female athletes. This is a policy issue rooted in common sense and compassion. Let me again repeat what matters most. Our students asked us to act. They asked why their titles were being threatened, why their safety was uncertain, why we as a board, the governing board of this district, that should be leading by example and with unity, were silent. We owe them an answer, and that answer should be, we've heard you. We stand with you. We will work towards doing what is right for our girl athletes. This resolution is not about hate. It's about protection. It is not about exclusion. It's about fairness. It's not anti-anyone. It's pro-girls. It's not about politics. It's about listening to our constituents. At our last meeting, and every conversation I've had with our student athletes and their families, students have begged for us not to look away. Tonight, I ask this board, don't let them down. Support this resolution to protect opportunity, safety, and fairness for every girl in this district. And I have a lot of resources. If any of you would like to have them, I'm happy to pass them on. And with that, Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards?
We do have speaker cards this evening. I have 23 total, but I believe a couple have gone home, so we're going to set the timer for 1 minute and to hear those speakers. I'm going to call the first 10: Delaney, Morgan, Brian, Kinsley, Anaya Kessler, Briella, Luke Kessler, Anne, Samuel Penrod. If I pronounce your name incorrectly, please forgive me. Delaney, please come forward.
Thank you for letting me speak. Hello, I'm a student at Capistrano Unified School District and a 14-year-old biologically female athlete with 3 older sisters and a twin brother who compete at high levels in athletic sports. I have played soccer since as long as I can remember and never thought of the day I might have to change with, play with, or compete against biological males in my competitive soccer career. Thankfully, I have never had to do this, but I know how hard, unfair, and unsafe it would be. I have a twin brother, and I know for a fact that this competition would be unfair, unsafe, and uncomfortable. Remember when you would change in the PE locker room for the first time? Now imagine there's a boy in it. You would not feel safe or comfortable. And I would just like to say that this is our private space, and it should not be shared with the people that aren't actually women. Men are biologically stronger, faster, and have more lung capacity than females. And from playing goalie, I know I would not feel comfortable.
Thank you, Delaney. Our next speaker is Morgan.
Good evening. I am a 14-year-old CUSD student who competes in competitive track and cross country. This issue shouldn't even be a debate-worthy topic, as biological male athletes should not be allowed to participate in women's sports. Not only is it extremely unsafe for the young women and girls, but it's also unjustified to have a male compete against a female. Science clearly tells us that men are made stark differently than women, as they have an increasingly greater amount of muscle mass, larger lung capacity, and greater bone density than women. So why would it be fair to have men compete in a field that is specifically designated for women's sports? We have separated sports by gender in order to make it fair. So why would we have to go back on what was originally created to give women more rights? When male athletes are permitted to compete against girls, it strips away female rights, opportunities, and experiences. Why should it be fair to have these young women who have worked exceptionally hard to get where they are now be defeated by a biological male who was born with an advantage? We should be supporting these girls and their accomplishments, which can never be achieved as long as biological male athletes take away women's rightfully deserved opportunities. It's just plain and fair.
Our next speaker is Brian Blake.
Hi, my name is Brian Blake, and I play on the basketball team at San Clemente High School. As a high school player in Southern California, I would support the proposal to prevent transgender girls from competing in girls' sports because I believe it protects fairness and safety for female athletes. I play in a competitive league, and I've seen how much the girls grind and earn starting spots, win games, and catch the eye of college scouts. In a sport like basketball, where height, strength, weight, and speed can make a huge difference, I worry that transgender girls who went through male puberty might have physical advantages, even with hormone therapy. Physical attributes of transgender girls could tilt the court in a way that feels unfair to girls who've trained their whole lives for these moments. I also think the safety for girls in a physical game like basketball, like when you drive to the hoop, box out for rebounds, dive for loose balls, it can be intense. And if someone has a higher strength and size, by their biological background, it could make the game less safe. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kinsley.
Good evening. I'm Kensley, a student athlete from San Clemente High School, and I'm here to talk about the unfairness of men competing against women in sports. As a wrestler that has wrestled boys before high school, I get how hard it is. But what's harder is wrestling them when they're transitioning into men. I work so hard to accomplish my goals and what I want to achieve, but I don't want that taken away from me. All the training, hours I put in, sweat, tears have made, but just to get my dreams taken away from me is really disappointing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anya or Anaya. Anaya, come forward, please.
Hello, and thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I'm a Word CUSD student who fears my future in high school as a female wrestler. It makes me feel so uncomfortable to think that in my freshman year, I will probably have to wrestle grown men who identify as females. That is so uncomfortable and unsafe, especially for a girl my size. It is also a very unfair fight, especially in a full contact sport. My dad has always taught me that a boy should always treat me like a lady. Always treat me like a lady. I have an older brother who is also a wrestler, and the thought of me trying to wrestle him is a joke. He is stronger and faster than me. Thank you so much for your time, and please keep girls safe in sports.
Our next speaker is Briella.
Hello. Hi, I'm Briella Anderson, and I'm a junior at San Clemente High School. As a female athlete competing in track, basketball, and tennis, I dedicate countless hours to training, pushing my limits, and striving to break records, and earning an athletic scholarship that will help pave the way for my future. But that dream is at risk. When biological males are allowed to compete in women's sports, the playing field isn't level. Their physical advantages, like greater muscle mass, bone density, and cardiovascular capacity, overshadows the hard work and dedication of female athletes like me. All female athletes deserve the chance to compete against others that have the same physical starting point. This isn't about inclusion, it's about fairness. Every time a male athlete competes in a women's event, opportunities for female athletes are diminished. Scholarships, records, and recognition that we've worked tirelessly for become harder to attain. Female athletes in our section are counting on you to protect our rights and safety for not only us, but future generations of female athletes as well. Our dreams deserve a fair chance to become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luke.
Good evening. I'm a 17-year-old CUSD student who competes in wrestling. I'm here tonight to address how unjust it is for male athletes to be able to have the right to compete in women's sports based on how they feel. My parents have raised me to never put my hands on a woman in any sort of way, and I don't think that it's right to justify that happening within our high schools just because of how someone feels. I'm the older brother to an aspiring young female wrestler who's planning on competing in high school in the next 2 years, and I do not think that it's right that my sister should have to be put in harm's way and at a disadvantage due to her sex. It is not fair to her that at 13 years old, when she goes out to compete, she should have to even think about wrestling a man, let alone a man who could be of 18 years or older. I understand people have emotions and feel certain ways, but I always put the physical protection of my little sister and all female athletes before the feelings of others. I want people to know that this is what I stand for, not what I'm against. I stand with my values and I stand for female athletes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anne.
2% of the population of the world is left-handed, the same amount that are born intersex. A person's genetic makeup and internal and external reproductive anatomy is not a useful indicator of their athletic performance. Trans girls are girls. Trans boys are boys. Science doesn't support trans sports bans. Many trans athletes compete at a disadvantage and very few participate at all. This shouldn't even be an issue. Trans sports bans waste public money, codify discrimination, and serve as gateways for even broader anti-trans attacks. This is how hate works. You hurt one group, so now you have permission to hurt another. Let's stop the hurting of marginalized kids.
Our next speaker is Samuel Penrod. Following Samuel will be Bradley. Samuel, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Penrod, and I live here in CUSD. I'm a taxpayer, and I also speak for parents and neighbors in my community who couldn't be here tonight. We are deeply concerned about this agenda item because it uses false and strawman narratives to justify exclusion as fairness. Combined with the use of a racial slur and the suppression of public comment, these actions expose the influence of outside extremist groups with a national agenda and the alignment of some trustees on this board with that agenda. As Deidre Harris said, this is how hate works. You hurt one group, now you have permission to hurt another one. You do not have permission to hurt any child of any ethnicity, any orientation, or any identity in this district. This school board was...
Our next speaker is Jeff Perlman. Jeff, please come forward. I apologize. Bradley. And following Bradley, I'm going to call the next so we don't get confused. I apologize. Up next is Bradley. After Bradley, we have Jeff, Shan, Amber, Lori, Susan, Heather, Kira, Stephanie, Jamie, Susan, Victor, Mary, and Lisa H. Go ahead, speaker.
This resolution simply parrots talking points from fear-mongers on the far right, and it's clear that actions such as these have clearly begun to do damage among the student body. Many of the student speakers have voiced several inaccuracies and a few complete falsehoods with regards to the experience and intentions of transgender individuals. I now choose to speak to these students because I trust in their ability to learn and grow more so than many of the board members today. I would like you to ask yourself these questions. How do I know my fears are true? What information are these fears based on? Have I considered the perspective of a transgender student who could be my peer? I know you are all smart because, like myself, you attend a CUSD school, and I know that a little bit of critical thinking and a single conversation with a real-life trans individual will help you realize that these trans fears or trans phobias are at best irrational and at worst.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Perlman.
Pay my time, please. Sorry. Okay, thank you. My name is Jeff Perlman. I'm a local. If one goes online, he can hear the 4 hard right members of this board raving about their faith. We love God. We love Jesus. God talks to us. Literally, God talks to us. And as a fan of faith, I should find that reassuring. But there we were last month, and you guys conspire with Frank Rodriguez of the extremist hate group Gays Against Groomers. Literally 2 days before the meeting, you hold a Zoom call with this guy. You plot out the school board meeting, and you have him, again, a member of a hate group, writing talking points for your children to read out loud. And now we're back, and this time you're teaming up with Sonia Shaw, a state superintendent candidate who recently showed up at a high school track meet to berate both the mother of a trans athlete and the athlete themselves. Sonia stood there mocking them and berating them and belittling them in front of other parents. And you guys align with her. And I have to ask, does the stuff you learn in church matter? Do any of the lessons stick?
Our next speaker is Shan. Shan, please come forward.
Today there's an ongoing Title IX investigation in Virginia involving a biological female identifying as a boy who uses the male locker room. 3 boys are being investigated for sexual harassment simply for voicing their discomfort, saying, "Why is there a girl in here? I'm so uncomfortable. There's a girl. A female, bro. Get her out of here." These are teenage boys reacting to a situation they weren't prepared for. How are we expecting children to navigate these complex social issues, especially when even adults struggle to agree on the rules? Further, if gender identity is an internal sense of self, separate from biological sex according to progressive ideology, why does gender identity override biological sex in contexts like sports? It seems that instead of pursuing equality for female athletes under Title IX, we're watching a shift towards redefining fairness to fit ideological preferences that are sidelining the very protections Title IX was designed to ensure for female athletes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amber.
Title IX, enacted in 1972, ensures equal opportunities for all students in education, including sports. It's vital we protect girls' sports under this law to maintain fairness and safety. Biological males, due to physiological advantages like greater muscle mass and bone density, can dominate female competitions, undermining the level playing field Title IX guarantees. Studies like a 2020 analysis in sports medicine show these differences persist even after hormone therapy. In contact sports, this also raises injury risks for girls. Protecting girls' sports isn't discrimination, it's upholding Title IX's promise of equity, ensuring our female athletes have fair chances to compete, succeed, and thrive. Let's commit to safeguarding our females' opportunities.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori.
You could be spending your time building an inclusive and safe community for all, but instead you are sowing division between children based on an antiquated and inaccurate belief about human biology. There are other ways you can be using your time, power, and community resources, but instead you're going after trans kids. Scientific research has found the idea of 2 sexes is overly simplistic, since gender identity or expression can be influenced by a combination of anatomy, hormones, cells, and chromosomes. Clinging to the binary is outdated. This resolution and the reason behind it are intentionally harmful towards trans girls. My hope is the children that you are protecting from one another are watching us, and they are more emotionally intelligent, accepting, and braver than we are. They are not going to cling to these lies that you hope they will. The girls you are protecting will realize this is a political move, and it was never about them.
Our next speaker is Susan. Susan, please come forward. Susan? There's no last initial, so it's just Susan with no last initial.
Good evening, school board and community members. I strongly support voting to keep biological males out of female sports to ensure fairness and safety. Biological males typically have advantages like greater muscle mass and bone density, which can create uneven competition, limiting opportunities for female athletes, especially when they're applying to colleges. Studies show these differences often remain despite hormone treatments. In contact sports, there's also a higher risk of injury for girls. This policy isn't about exclusion, it's about preserving the integrity of women's sports. Please vote to protect fairness and safety in our district's athletics. We were made in the image of God, male and female. That is their nature, and that cannot be changed.
Our next speaker is Heather. Heather, please come forward.
This is from a friend who disagrees with me on most political issues, but we both care deeply about our daughters. Her daughter is an incredible athlete. She says, we want to ensure an environment that values excellence, discipline, and fairness, values we teach our daughter on and off the field. Today, we are seeing girls' sports undermined. CIF's current policies allow male-bodied athletes to compete in female divisions, and that's not equality, it's a loss of fairness. And what our district does affects our whole community, including private schools. Our daughters train year-round, they work hard for every win. They shouldn't lose opportunities, scholarships, or confidence because the system refuses to recognize biological reality. This isn't about hate or exclusion, it's about protecting the integrity of girls' sports, something Title IX was created to protect. If we care about true equity, we must advocate for clear boundaries in competition. Let's stand up for our daughters, for fairness, and for the future of female athletics. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kira D.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kira, and I think it's absolutely absurd to be standing here talking about this. There is no such thing as a trans girl. There's no such thing as a trans kid. There are girls and there are boys. Gila, we don't need to workshop this. While you're wanting to workshop, girls are losing their titles. Girls are losing their scholarships. For you, this is an ethereal concept. It's something that all these people here get to go home and talk about in vague terms. It won't affect their lives. These young women that came up here, it is affecting their lives. They are missing opportunities right now. And you want to workshop, Gila? Seriously? No, this is so easy. Pass the resolution. Boys aren't allowed to play with girls. End of story.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke.
Good evening, board. My name is Stephanie. I'm with the LGBTQ Center OC and also a former alum of this district. Back in 2013, the California legislature passed AB 1266, the School Success and Opportunities Act, which requires our school districts to allow trans students to fully participate in school activities and programs that are consistent with their gender identity. This law has effectively supported trans students for over a decade without controversy until now. Choosing to uphold these protections is not only the right thing to do, but is also what's demanded by state law and California Ed Code. At the center, we hear many stories from our trans youth who are simply looking for a place where they could be accepted and seen for who they are. School is no exception. For many of these young people, school is not just a place where they can learn, but it's also a place where they could feel safe and have a sense of belonging without fear of judgment. I urge this board to lead with compassion, respect, and inclusion by rejecting this resolution and standing firmly in support of our students.
Our next speaker is Jamie H.
Hi, I'm a CUSD parent, an educator, and a former competitive athlete thanks to Title IX. Born in the 1970s, I directly benefited from this groundbreaking policy that opened the door for girls like me to thrive in sports. That's why I'm outraged to see Title IX being used tonight, not to protect girls, but to exclude and erase trans girls. This resolution isn't about fairness. It's a manufactured controversy designed to distract from unresolved racial harm and to stir fear about our small population of trans students who are already vulnerable to bullying and discrimination. Trans girls are girls. They deserve the same joy, discipline, and sense of belonging that sports provide. California law and CIF rules already ensure fairness. Defying them, this could cost this district both financially and morally. This board should focus on protecting students, not targeting them. Stop using feminism as a shield for discrimination. Title IX is about inclusion, not exclusion.
Our next speaker is Susan Keller. Susan?
Thank you very much. My name is Susan Keller. I'm a resident of the district and a law professor. I urge the board to reject this resolution. As it stands, it's only a declaration of a position. It's not actionable. That's necessarily so. It has no action items in it, because to literally discriminate would violate California law, as a previous speaker indicated. But even or particularly as a statement of ideology, it has negative effects. It communicates by focusing on biological categories of male and female that not only transgender students, but also non-binary and intersex students, and not just athletes, don't exist, that their identities are not valid. This message is underlined by the use of misgendering by the board, which sends a wrong message, I think, to our students who look up to adults as role models, and it affects the poor health, it creates poor health outcomes for the students who are your charge.
Our next speaker is Victor. Victor, please come forward.
Resolution supporting Title IX, fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. Title IX was created to make an even and competitive playing field based on several physiological differences between a male and a female. Unfortunately, time and culture has tainted that basis with feelings instead of biology. I commend the trustees for bringing up this resolution to not affirm a condition that requires addressing at the core, not the symptom. Female athletes are reduced to a second-class athlete when adults condone allowing a competitor that possesses biological advantages because they don't feel like the sex that they were born as. And us adults that are supposed to protect decide to take the childish way to affirm instead of taking the adult responsible duty to care and help them achieve in the skin that they were born in. Statistics prove that affirmation does not work as
Our next speaker is Mary. Mary, please come forward.
Good evening. Why should any female athlete relinquish her sports dream to make room for a male? Regardless of gender identity, males have performance advantages over females, and female athletes are still being treated less favorably than male athletes at every turn. We must not diminish females' opportunities. There's a website called hecheated.org, and they have shown since September 2024, they've logged 5,149 males in the women's sports. This is not a small problem. Testosterone levels are arbitrary and subject to change in a very short period of time. We don't compete with testosterone levels, we compete with our bodies. Male bodies are fundamentally different. They have longer legs, larger lungs, hearts, smaller valves in the anterior pelvic tilt, hip anteversion, quadricep angles, tibio-femoral angles, and wider shoulders. These are all differences that are not due to testosterone. And no changes with testosterone being repressed will make that difference. Performance is not only based on strength alone, there are many mechanics that go into it. Throwing, for example, that men have a
Our next
definite
speaker
advantage.
is Lisa H. Lisa?
I want to begin by saying that I am so proud that you're persevering with this agenda item amidst all this pettiness about outdated vernacular. Both AB 89, Interscholastic Sports Gender Equity by Kate Sanchez, and Bill Asaley's bill, AB 8844, have been killed in Sacramento. We need this here, right here at Capo Unified. Please employ fairness, compassion, and common sense. Save girls' sports. Abide by Trump's executive order. No men in women's sports. Please approve Reso 2425-30. God bless you all.
That concludes our speakers.
Yep. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, trustees, we're gonna go ahead and have a discussion regarding the substitute motion first. Comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and call the question.
No, I was going to let someone else comment. What, no one else wants to comment?
No, I'll go after you. Trustee Jones, do you have something to say or no?
Well, again, I just want to say, this is not about this resolution. I am not saying this resolution is bad. And it's only a resolution, as it was just pointed out, it's not a policy. This is strictly about whether we want to be a governing team or not. And it's about community trust and fear. Trustees Adams, Zollander, and Bullicus have said they believe in working together to find consensus, to find compromise. If this passes, this is going to send a message to the community, and we need to discuss and acknowledge that. Maybe that can be mitigated. I don't know, but that's all I want to do. I'm not speaking against the resolution. I'm simply not. But I think there are other issues here for the community, and I just think we need to have a conversation about that. That's it.
I just want to, talk about that a little bit. I think that is truly why you serve on a school board. You govern. And so, excuse me? Okay. To be part of a team and make hard decisions. And to go ahead and make a decision tonight, there is a lot of confusion in this room about what this resolution is and what it does for kids in our district. You've heard the speakers, that the information that they are giving to us is not accurate information. I'm speaking about the resolution. They are misunderstanding. Your job as a member of the board is to educate and let them understand what our powers are here. This does not lie in our jurisdiction. It just doesn't. Whether whatever you decide to do tonight, it doesn't change tomorrow for the kids of Capo. It doesn't have impact. Excuse me, we listened to you speak, Ms. Davis. It is now my turn. Okay, you can be asked to leave.
Trustee Castellanos, if we'll just stay focused here up on the board, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you could please hold your comments. Trustee Castellanos, please continue.
Honestly, this is not an easy position to be in, and it's hard decisions that we have to do all the time. And there are always times where this room is hot, and it is a hot topic. And we have to do things that put this district first. And oftentimes we get
Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your applause.
Caught up in the moment. We do. I've seen it for 5 years. We get, especially post-COVID, we get caught up in moments. But it is not about this moment. It's about allowing us to have a discussion. Trustee Jones is right. My opinion of this resolution doesn't matter. It's about having a moment for you to discuss as a governing board and to really get facts out there as to what this does for the kids of Capo. You have to stand up and make hard decisions, and this is a hard decision you have to make tonight.
Trustee Bullicus?
President Davis, can you clarify and solve the confusion about what this resolution does? We recognize there is a law, and if this is voted on to be approved, it does not change anything tomorrow or tonight.
But that's not the only question that people have.
I hadn't finished speaking.
I'm sorry. But you're talking about the resolution. It's not about the resolution.
Let's go ahead and let Trustee Bullicus finish. Thank you. Okay, we would like to go ahead and vote on that first. I think, let's go ahead and let Trustee Bullicus share her comment first. Thank you.
So the point is that if this were to be approved, those trustees approving it are stating in support of fairness in women's sports. And if down the road, legally, there is a change, then we have set a precedence in a resolution that that we would support the new law if that were to be changed. but that is clarification, is it not?
Yes.
I just wanted that to be clear. This is really a resolution of intent and support for supporting women in sports.
Okay, Trustee Jones?
So when we had our first long workshop, we did the introduction and the first chapter of this governance core. So we've done the first chapter. This is something from the first chapter I want to read. Striving for common ground. Sometimes individual trustees, for whatever reason, find it difficult to find common ground with fellow trustees on the board. When this occurs, it can jeopardize the ability of the board to develop a unified, cohesive governance team. If this happens, it is extremely important for the board not to give up, but take the time to try and work together, even in the face of deep differences and difficulties. Effective governance requires that adults, on the behalf of children they serve, find avenues of agreement so they can govern the district in an effective manner. And that is the reason I want to have a separate discussion, is to fulfill what we have learned so far from the governance core book.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and agendize that for a different meeting, and let's go ahead and stay on topic regarding this resolution, because that is a whole different thing. There's a lot to dive into governance, and trustees.
Ms. Davis, this is governance. This is actual you're being asked to govern. That we don't need to agenda.
We are governing.
Okay, but
so
your comment is very confusing, and I'm thoroughly confused.
Let me go ahead and clarify. We're going to go ahead and stay on topic for this resolution, and the resolution is regarding supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. So, with the amendment or the substitute resolution motion, we will vote on that first, absolutely. So still on topic of that substitute motion, the substitute motion is to push this down the road. So the discussion, is that correct? Your substitute motion, would you please reread your substitute motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I think I put it away. Rather than voting on the resolution tonight, we ask the superintendent to put it on a workshop agenda as soon as it can be reasonably done.
Okay, so to move this discussion regarding supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports as part of a discussion during a board workshop. That's the substitute motion. So if there's any additional comments here, trustees?
I'll say something. I may be, and I may be wrong, but I may be the only one up here who actually has had a child in high school affected by this. So as much as I love the idea of governance, and I think it's beautiful when we speak about it, sometimes we have opinions that are so strong that it's not going to vary.
But let's try.
I am trying, because I was listening, and I do empathize with you. In fact, I prepared like a little statement. I don't know if I can say it now.
Well, hold I don't know. You could, we need to stay on topic with specifically for this substitute.
To trustee, mainly just letting her know that I do care about what you are saying. If I thought more talking about it would change my opinion.
I'm not trying to change your mind. I just want to have an offline discussion as a board. That's all.
I just don't know if that's not going to.
We never have offline discussions.
Yeah. Well, no, offline, but out of a board meeting. That's all. Just in a workshop.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Zollinger, please continue.
I want to be respectful to everybody, but this is a topic that I'm passionate about. It's also something that I spoke about a lot when I was campaigning. And I know that the people who voted for me that I spoke to were very much on board with this, that we want to have fairness. I feel very, very strongly, Trustee Davis already said it, that every single child, regardless of their gender identity, deserves to feel safe and valued at our schools. And we need to protect our trans kids. I absolutely believe that. They are human beings that deserve what all of us deserve. They deserve compassion and equity. But at the same time, with that, which are very strong convictions I have, but at the same time, I recognize the importance of fairness and protecting Title IX. It was enacted to ensure equal opportunities for women and girls in education and athletics. That mission remains vital today. And as much as I respect those kids who feel that they were born in the wrong body, and I do respect them, I'm not saying they weren't, I'm just gonna leave it at that and let them be what they need to be. It's not fair to our girls. It was not fair this last year when my daughter was forced to play a biological male. It wasn't fair. She got in the car and screamed, cried, the ugly cry. She was so upset. It's not fair. And my daughter is not playing, she's not playing basketball or some of these more contact sports. It was tennis. This trans student, who I have a lot of compassion for, hit the ball significantly harder than any of the other kids. And she felt like she didn't even have a chance to hit the ball. And then the ball hit her twice, and she had bruises on her from the ball hitting her. So you can't tell me, and now are there girls that could hit the ball that hard? Yes, I'm sure there are. So with other sports though, it is even more of a fairness issue. I have had personal experience. I believe in the science that's been mentioned. It is what it is. I wish as a district we could come up with some type of a solution for these kids that want to play sports. I would love to have a league for trans kids or have something that we could do. I would love, yeah, you can call it whatever you like, but the truth is, it is not fair. It is not fair and it is not safe. That's how I feel. I want to support and love all these kids, but we have to get back to fairness and safety. So when we talk about this, we could talk about it until we're blue in the face, and we already have had a good discussion tonight on it. I respect how people feel, and I realize that we have completely different ideologies, but I can't get on board. So I don't feel like I need further discussion, but there's a lot of things I feel like we can sit down and have conversations with. We can go further into it. This just isn't one of them for me.
Are we just allowing all? I'm lost. I don't understand what's
Well, I would like to
So
make
we're
a comment.
continuing on with the discussion, which is governance, so that we are allowing people to speak.
Are you then going to take a vote and then allow for more discussion on your?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Correct. We're still on the substitute motion. And Trustee Jones, I'm in favor of a discussion in regard to your substitute motion, not in regards to substituting on Title IX, which I don't believe your substitute motion is appropriate to substitute. But I'm all in favor for a conversation about how to have better governance. And part of it will be finding a time when all of us can attend and all of us can be there. I certainly am. Thank you. Trustee Jones, go ahead.
It just doesn't seem like, to me, with respect, that you understand that I feel that if we are not taking time in a situation where there's different feelings, really time, like a workshop time, to discuss it, we are not being a governance team. That's why it's about governance to me, and that's why we can't just say,
Ladies and
well,
gentlemen.
we'll talk about governance another time. This is about the fact that I don't see governance going on here because I know we have dissension in the community. We've heard it tonight. I'm not dissenting on this particular resolution. I'm dissenting on the fact that I think our community needs to have a conversation. We need to talk about it more rather than just voting on something.
This is our opportunity
I'm sorry it's
to
not
talk.
more clear. Yeah.
President Davis, may I make a comment?
Please.
Gila, I appreciate your efforts to work well as a governance team, and I appreciate how you have welcomed Trustee Zollinger and myself to the board, and you have worked well. And I think we've proven to you that we want to work with you as well. We will work with anyone on the board. We will have any conversation. We will collaborate. On this issue, we are discussing it right now. We have heard from the public. I don't believe that a workshop is going to
improve or make a difference. And so, yeah, I'm ready to vote on the resolution.
Are you calling the question, Trustee Adams?
To vote on Gila's, yeah.
Okay. All right, and we'll go ahead and the questions on the board. So will this be a roll call, Ms. Hayes? This is a roll call?
Doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be. Okay, for this one, it does not have to be. Okay, all those in favor of the substitute motion, and would you like Trustee Jones to go ahead and reread that? Everyone okay?
I don't think it's necessary.
All
Do you
in
want me to
favor?
read it? No. Aye.
Okay, and any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay. And you're going to abstain. Okay, thank you. Okay, and so the motion does not pass with a 3-4 vote with a preferential vote of abstinence from the student board member Barando. Okay, and now we'll move back over to the motion, the original motion regarding Resolution 2425-30, supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. And trustees, discussion?
Yes. I think what we're talking about tonight is basically a biological unfair disadvantage for girls. That's it. That's what we're talking about. Allowing biological males to compete against biological females under the umbrella of girls' sports with the guiding rules and regulations of girls' sports puts biological girls at an unfair disadvantage. The federal government has recognized this, so has the NCAA. Even as Trustee Davis or President Davis mentioned before, even Governor Newsom recently said allowing biological males to compete in girls' sports is unfair. It's time for CIF to recognize this as well and protect our girls.
Thank you. Other trustees? Trustee Richard?
Yeah, so just on this resolution is not policy.
That's
right?
correct. Resolution is not policy.
Why isn't it policy if you're feeling so strongly about this? Because policy would actually do what I think your community is asking on this issue.
Yeah.
And I have another question, because all I got was this. So I'm catching up to the discussion. I'm hearing all of, so it's not policy, it's a resolution. And it's directed towards the governor of the state of California or CIF? Because I was looking at board policy for CIF, and as far as I can tell, they have guidelines on this stuff. If we were to adopt a resolution and then I guess move to policy at some point, I'm assuming that you would want a policy in our board. And would we be in violation of law? Because I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the bigger structure here. And
sure.
As Trustee Jones has kind of alluded to, it's volatile for sure, and it certainly there brings a lot of passion to the discussion. And I just, as a board of governance and a long-term member of the board, when we do these things and it's not carefully staffed out, because I didn't know who was presenting it. I was assuming it was leadership. But the staff hasn't had a chance to actually vet this, and we don't have any legal opinions on how far we can extend this before it becomes a matter of concern for the district. Because I know we have a lot of athletes, student athletes in here, and if we violate the CIF ordinance, does that forfeit?
Go ahead.
So often boards take resolutions as statement of position or intent. So this resolution would be a statement of position or intent. We cannot violate state law. We cannot violate CIF. That would put our students' CIF eligibility at risk. So this is, at this point, the way it's written, it's a statement that would be given to CIF and to the governor, stating the position that the board believes is the right position, but it does not have an impact on policy, because policy would have deep negative ramifications for our students.
This doesn't get close to that, though?
No.
Tell me, then CIF, who sits on CIF for our region?
I don't know the representative, but I can get that for you.
I mean, there's no athletic directors here, there's no coaches, there's no one here to guide the board's larger picture discussion of all this, because I feel like I understand some of what's been written and reading the paper and the whole thing, but there's lots of gaps in what I'm willing to talk about at this point, because I don't understand all of this stuff. And I'm a long-term board member, and I do have some interest in understanding of education. And this seems to get really close to a dangerous part for us. And, you're the leadership, and there's 4 of you, so you can do what you want, but
We're a board of 7, Gary.
Well, we are.
We're a
but
board of 7.
This is clearly
We're a
something.
board of 7.
There's leadership in this. I'm not saying it's wrong or ill-advised. I'd like to know where we're kind of drifting into as far as direction, because this may have unintended consequences.
There's no unintended consequences whatsoever. We've confirmed that. And this resolution, as it states on the bottom.
But with who?
At this point, as worded, the consequences, of course, will be division in the community, as you're seeing in the public right now, and in the media. But as far as our students' eligibility, this does not change our policies in any way, shape, or form.
You know what a resolution does. I know I don't have to state that to you, but in the in what it's going to the governor, they're going to the state legislator, the Department of Education, State Department of Education, and CIF. And it's letting them know that as a board, we support the fact that girls and boys should be competing differently as a board. If this passes, that's what this would do, is it lets them know that that's where we stand, so that as they move forward, and as we know what Governor Newsom shared last year, that even Governor Newsom has a question on that.
Yeah,
So it's just sharing, however this goes, it will share yes
And
or
I
no.
understand the larger debate here. What I'm more concerned about is how close do we get to a point where we're not dividing the community, but there's a bigger picture here that I'm still a little
Okay,
unsure
well,
of.
let me just be real clear.
And I know you said you had other documents that you could share. And
Happy to.
Could it be that you have the CIF document on the policy for, is it gender identity and?
Certainly.
They have a policy, I'm
We'll
assuming,
definitely
right?
have staff get that to all trustees. Absolutely, no problem.
Policy read to us, or we know what it is, has to vote. That's where it's.
Could we at least see what CIF says?
Certainly, we can all look it up. Any one of us can look it up, just the same as we do research on any item that we have. I do outside research.
Yeah.
So that's there for us to delve into for sure.
Brought a policy, brought a resolution,
Correct.
but didn't read.
Oh, I've read.
Okay, so what does it state?
Would you like me to look it up?
No.
I actually don't have my phone here tonight, so I can't, but we could probably have staff look that up. We could take a quick recess and look it up if we would like, if that's the
I think this
view of the
is
board.
I just think there's a lot of confusion around the intent.
No
of
confusion,
the resolution.
no confusion
because
necessary.
This
No
board
confusion
doesn't
necessary.
actually have jurisdiction over high school athletics.
This is a resolution
We didn't
sharing.
take a stand in a resolution during COVID when the movement was to let them play. We didn't because we couldn't.
We
Because
could.
We don't
We
have,
for sure could.
We didn't have that jurisdiction. We can say what we want to say and you can go as a board member and talk to CIF. We have
Certainly.
superintendents, principals, coaches, athletic directors that all serve in CIF, that make CIF policy, that have to follow California Ed Code.
No problem. So this is simply a resolution that's saying if it passes or
We're trying
not.
to make a statement to the public that we're not allowing boys to play with girls, but that's not what we're doing. No, you can say
It
that we're
is
not,
quite clear.
but the conversation from the public is not what that is. Tomorrow in the newspaper or online press, whatever, what will it say? Trustee Davis?
We will decide once we're finished and the vote is here.
No, what we know, it's gonna say CUSD, largest school in Orange County, bans transgender athletes.
I'm sorry, but I didn't notice that in one word of this.
I understand,
And,
but you're,
and Krista
but you're going
Castellanos,
down a
Trustee
path.
Castellanos, I don't believe you believe that to be true.
No,
I
no,
not for one
you're
second do you
misunderstanding
think
what
that
I'm
that's
saying.
what this is saying.
Listen to me, Trustee Davis.
Oh, I absolutely am listening.
That's not what I'm saying.
You said that it will be in the papers tomorrow.
Okay, because the way you're presenting it here tonight is giving the illusion that this board has the power to do that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry if I've made a misstep in that regard.
You have.
I have
So
absolutely
please state
not.
clearly. So please state clearly what this intent is.
I will go ahead and read the resolution
No,
for
no,
you.
no, no, no. In your words. In your words. Explain it to the public what this is.
I recommend that you read the policy out loud so that everybody knows exactly what or it's not a policy. Read the resolution that was given to all of us.
It's not
Read
necessary to read the resolution.
Because then we know what we're voting on.
Superintendent Dr. Brown has already told you what this does. It doesn't change anything tomorrow. It is intent of the board if the board passes the resolution, that the intent is that we want to uphold Title IX for girls in sports.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and move on with my comments because I have a couple things to say.
Please do.
And I did my research.
Great.
And I think it's going to be an automatic assumption of how I feel about this. But I'm a mom of 3 daughters who played high school athletics. And it was not a good situation by any stretch of the means. And Trustee Davis and I have sat on this board long enough where we've been emails and meetings and conversations, and we have been on the same side of this. And you know I sit there with you. And every time we had a complaint from a parent, I didn't hear it in the last month's board meeting, so I'll go over it again. Every single time they came to us about a complaint about girls' sports, not once was this mentioned. It was never mentioned there was a transgender issue and that's why girls' sports wasn't fair. It was always, if you want to talk about fairness in girls' sports,
Trustee Zollinger just shared.
Excuse me, just let me finish.
Please do.
Then don't interrupt. There are so many issues around girls' sports. And there are lots of things to dive into that actually have huge impacts for athletes in this district. But this isn't actually one of them. I don't know of a transgender student that's participating in sports in CUSD. I don't know of a formal complaint that's ever been made about a transgender student because of what Trustee Zollinger had experienced. I don't know of any of that have ever existed in this district. But yet we're spending hours and hours of time talking about something that isn't actually a problem for a CUSD student or family.
If I can just respond to what...
I'm confused because I was
We'll go ahead and let
elected.
Trustee Castellanos finish her comment.
We were
Trustee
elected
Boulikas.
to govern this district and these families and to do what we can in this area. But this isn't even a conversation that's ever come to me that there's something going on out there where a girl is feeling out however it's happening. I haven't heard it.
Could we ask that, this is a time for the board to talk about this. Could we ask the audience to, I know you want to talk among yourselves, but just to let us do that, thanks.
I guess after reading and listening, I'm just going to go into some things that I wrote down because I think that at this point it's probably on deaf ears. But after reading and listening to our speakers tonight and hearing your answers, you've confused me even more and you don't really have a clear vision as to what you want. But when you bring a resolution to this board and asking each of us to sign our name, even though it's only a statement of belief, and it is a statement of belief about a problem that doesn't actually exist in this district, then my only conclusion can be that this is performative. And I am uncomfortable for that reason, why this was brought to this board. You're politicizing our district instead of dealing with matters at hand, and we have important issues. I wrote this without even listening to the CUSD Cares presentation or without even listening to student board member Verando's, I hadn't even heard it, and I wrote down some thoughts, and yet we have 330 students in this district who just told you that they were happy every single day at school. 330 students. But yet we're not talking about them. We're talking about this. Performative
Ladies and
political
gentlemen
stunts
in the
don't help
audience,
our
if you could
students,
please,
and in this
no
case,
comments.
it hurts them. While we may not have any athletes that this actually impacts, we do have trans and we have non-binary students. And actions like this, while this may not be directly impacted, resolutions like this hurt those students by targeting, by vilifying them, and making them feel less than. I am not an expert on transgenderism, and I don't ever claim to be. But I struggle to understand so much of it, and I'm trying to learn. But when in doubt, I'm trying to vote on things that look very confusing to me, to always err on the side of kindness and compassion of kids that exist in our district. And I would hope that you would too. I decided to seek out some information, like I stated before, and I wanted to really educate myself. What are some true facts out there? Well, they're great kids, and they face enormous struggles. And here's what they actually face. There's a story about some numbers, and I'm going to say those numbers tonight, and then I'll explain. 75,000, 4, 1, 86, and 56. 75,000 high school kids participate in high school sports in Utah, in the state of Utah. 4 transgender kids playing high school sports in Utah. 1 transgender student playing in girls' sports in the state of Utah. 86% of trans youth are reporting suicide ideations. 86%. 56% of trans youth attempted suicide. That's what this resolution is doing, is pushing that needle. 4 kids, and I have to quote the governor of Utah. What a leader in governance. What a leader in governance. His quote was 4 kids and only 1 of them playing girls' sports, and that's what this is all about. 4 kids who are not dominating, they're not winning trophies, they're not taking scholarships. 4 kids who are just trying to find friends and feel like they are part of something. 4 kids trying to just make it through their day. Rarely, I honestly have so much fear and anger been directed towards such a small group. I will put, if you want to read the letter, I have it, that the governor sent to the state and explained all of this and gave the numbers and explained why he vetoed the bill in the state, because there was more work. He did exactly what you did, Trustee Jones. He asked them to please have a further conversation, and he vetoed it because he didn't feel the conversation had been thoroughly gone through. That's what he did. He chose governance instead of passing a bill that he knew just didn't sit right, because people were doing it at late hours of night and not communicating. And he's like, we've got to talk this out. That's why he did it, because he believes in governance. Whether he agrees and he's going to pass the bill eventually, probably, but at that moment in time, it wasn't the time. And he knew it as governor of the state that was leading. So for that reason, and as much other that I've stated, I've taken the action that I hope we can work together and find a better way. And that's why I supported Trustee Jones.
Okay.
As a mom of 3 daughters, we can all find common ground and absolutely want the best for our girls and young girl athletes, and can find a better path forward as a board. It does not have to be this way. It doesn't. It doesn't have to be this way. I'm voting no only because it has nothing to do with the resolution. It has nothing. Because I have yet to express my personal opinion about this topic. And I'm not going to. Because this is really about the power of what we're doing here and the message we're sending to the public. The resolution does not, if you want to protect girls' sports, then we can talk about the things that I mentioned before. Let's talk about better facilities. Let's talk about pay to play. Let's talk about coaches pay. Let's talk about expanding opportunities for girls in this district. Because let me tell you, it was not a great experience for me as a mom of a girl athlete. And there are a lot of things we could do, and we could do it better. Not on a resolution that alienates, but on a policy that elevates all kids. That's what we should be doing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Trustee Bolikas?
Just one clarifying comment in what you shared, Trustee Castellanos. To my knowledge, there is not a transgender girl, am I saying it right, competing in girls' sports in our school district. It's CIF. Our school district competes with all of California in whatever sports. So let's not isolate it just about whether it's happening here or not. It's the potential of competing.
I completely
just want to
understand.
clarify that.
No, I completely understand that, but we don't govern the other districts and we don't govern CIF. That's what I'm trying to communicate here.
But we're making a statement, though. That's all it is we're the largest school district in Orange County making a statement that we support to protect Title IX in girls' sports. That's all it is. Because I asked a lot of questions, too. I don't want to go against Ed Code, but I do think there's power in this statement. And I have 4 daughters, and to me, it's very important for me to protect my girls. So it's a statement.
Well, it's very important for every mom to protect their girls, whether it's a girl or a trans girl. It doesn't. You're a mom, right? So everybody wants to protect their child. We can't say that because we don't agree on some things or we have disagreements that we don't want to protect our children. That's not right.
Trustee Jones?
So you suggested that I make some edits, and you said, as you love to do, which I never like it when board members attack each other on the dais, and I didn't appreciate that. But that being the case, I'd like to insert 2 whereases after the last whereas. So the last whereas is, whereas protecting the integrity of girls' sports is essential to maintaining an even playing field for female athletes and preserving the intent of Title IX. Whereas the board understands that members of this community may be uncomfortable with this resolution, and whereas each of us commits to responding in a timely way to all members of the community to express the reasons for their discomfort or alienation, and then therefore be it resolved.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to address a couple of things. Trustee Castellanos, you had quite a few questions, and I started taking notes a little delayed, so I may not answer all of your questions, but I would like to see a policy in CUSD as the largest school district in Orange County, the 10th largest school district in the state of California, that passed a policy that we will protect girls in sports. We have Trustee Zollinger that mentioned her daughter. That's a student in CUSD. So she shared that, and there are many others. You haven't heard from them because maybe they think you might not listen. Because maybe as I was on the board 4 years ago and I brought forward a policy on a couple of policy or resolutions that did not pass. I'm sure you remember. And so I would love to see a policy pass in CUSD that we would protect girls and sports, biological girls in sports, biological girls in one sports, biological boys in other sports. And I would have no problem adding another area in which other students could compete. Maybe there's students that would like to compete in a co-ed. so that I would have no problem having some of those, and that could be a part of a discussion for later. And let's talk about expanding opportunities. Absolutely, I'm all in. I'm all in. We have close to 20,000 girls in CUSD. Staff, is that about right? Close to 20,000 girls, 20,500, somewhere in there, 18 to 22, I don't know, somewhere in there. It's about protecting all of those girls. It's protecting girls that would like to play sports and compete fairly. And we are in the state of California, so I'm not sure. I find it interesting that you focused on the state of Utah. I'm not sure if you were, I don't believe you're from Utah, and I don't know, maybe your girls,
It was some great data, and it just came out because it just happened. The state of California doesn't collect data on it, so they do.
Potentially, there's a reason for that.
No, well, I didn't pick Utah for a specific reason other than they had great data points to make. And he was making an argument of governance.
So I wasn't sure if maybe one of your girls attended a school in the state of Utah and played sports. I wasn't sure if I was not unaware of that. So in the end, this policy this resolution is simply a statement of facts. And if we decide, however we decide and whatever we do with this vote, it will, as it states in there, it will go to each of those groups that tells them, as a board, some of us would support moving forward with policies to make these changes. And it's about fairness for girls and competing in sports. Other comments?
Would you support my additions of my additional 2 whereases about families who may be uncomfortable with the resolution?
I would not.
Well, I was asking the board in general.
Yeah, I 100%. I'm just sharing that I would not.
Okay. Whereas the Board of Trustees of Capistrano Unified School District understands that members of our community may be uncomfortable with this resolution, and whereas each of us commits to responding in a timely way to all members of the community who express the reasons for their discomfort or alienation. So it's just, again, trying to address the people who are concerned, which is, I wanted to take this offline to do that. I don't have the opportunity to do that otherwise. I just, as the superintendent said, this will divide the community. I'm just trying to mitigate that a little bit.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote on the resolution as is.
So are you calling the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Student Board Member Verando.
Abstain.
Trustee Castellanos.
No.
Trustee Pritchard.
Nay.
Trustee Zollinger.
Aye.
Trustee Adams.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
I would have voted for it if we'd had a discussion. I abstain.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye. The motion passes with a 4-2-1 with a preferential vote of abstinence from Student Board Member Brando. Okay, and we'll move on to 14E, Grant of Access Easement. May I have a motion to approve the grant of access easement serving the Rienda K-8 school project site and delegation of authority to Executive Public Agency Certificate of Acceptance?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and Ms. Hayes, do we have, or Clark, and Clark Hampton will present.
Thank you, President Davis. So this is just a cleanup after the purchase of the property for Rienda school site. This is just there's a driveway that crosses RMV property. This is just an easement, a follow-up easement to allow district to have access to the back of the campus.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item? We do not. Okay, trustee discussion. Okay, Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Verando.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos. Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Zollinger.
Aye.
Trustee Adams.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye. The motion carries 7-0 with the preferential vote of aye from student member Brando. Move on to 14F, instructional materials. May I have a motion to approve instructional materials recommended for adoption by the IMRC committee?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Adams, and seconded by Trustee Bullicus. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for this item? There are none. Okay, discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor say nay. Okay, opposed? Thank you. All those opposed, please say nay. Okay, the motion carries 7-0 with a preferential vote of aye from board member Brando. 14G, Resolution 2425-28. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2425-28? It authorizes the temporary interfund transfers.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Zollinger, seconded by
Second.
Trustee Adams. And Clerk.
Thank you, President Davis. This is a resolution to allow for funds in the district to borrow from other funds for cash flow purposes within a fiscal year.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for this item? There are none. Discussion?
Yes. Mr. Hampton, can you please just say for the general public what you had already shared with us? In the Q&A, there was a question about the timing and June 30th, that we will be solvent this year. Just what you had shared, if you could share that out, please.
As far as these interfund transfers?
Yes.
So the interfund transfers allow for borrowing from one fund to another. So next fiscal year, if there was a cash flow issue with one fund, they could borrow from another fund until the cash flow is resolved, because the operations within the school district receive their revenues at different times, but the expenses may happen where they need to be covered. And then before the end of the following fiscal year, per the resolution, the fund is paid back. So it's just temporary with inter-fiscal year borrowing from one fund to another, purely for cash flow. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Verando.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Zollinger.
Aye.
Trustee Adams.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye. The motion carries 7-0 with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Verando. Okay, and we'll move on to 14H, Resolution 2425-29. Resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Capistrano Unified School District determining that approval of Grounds Department Facility Project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and approving the project. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee Jones, seconded by Trustee Bullicus. And Dr. Hampton, Clerk, will you please present the item?
Thank you, President Davis. So with the property in Dana Point that will be leased by Toll Brothers, it's been a lease arrangement that we've had in the works for several years now, and Toll will be moving forward with that lease arrangement. So currently the grounds department is on that property. So in order to vacate the property for Toll Brothers to move in and begin work on their project, we're going to relocate the grounds department to the Las Colinas property, the Paseo de Colinas property in Laguna Niguel. And this is just a mitigated negative declaration to be exempt from the CEQA, the move. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
There are none.
Thank you. There are none. All right, and trustee discussion. Okay, Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Verando.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Zollinger.
Aye.
Trustee Adams.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye. The motion carries 7-0 with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Brando. Okay, and we're moving on to the consent calendar. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for this? Oh, is there anyone that wants to pull any items?
We do have 2 speaker cards.
Okay, speakers first. Thank you.
Candace and Shireen Smith. Come on up. Set the time.
I'm speaking to item 19A, April meeting minutes, which are a gross misrepresentation of the meeting. In the interest of public transparency, I will add some context here to document what actually happened there. Leading up to the meeting, Lisa Davis and Judy Bullicus had their friends distribute this message on social media. "We need you again, please. Frank Rodriguez has set up this grassroots Zoom. Cameras must be on. Please share out with like-minded, common-sense activists that are willing to speak. Love, Judy and Lisa D." Frank is a paid political operative who makes his livelihood disrupting school board meetings. He's the former director of Gays Against Groomers and left that organization when they were blocked by payment platforms for being a hate group and could no longer monetize his chaos under that brand. On the Zoom call, Frank and Amber Smith recruited the parents of 13 children as young as the 8th grade to read scripts at the meeting sight unseen. The students arrived in a van and were whisked through a side door by Davis's husband, who was also witnessed working the front door and assigning people as VIP. The kids admitted that they had not watched the recording of Judy saying the N-word. Of note, one of the children was Zollinger's own son, and most attend church with Davis and Zollinger. Davis planted her scripts in public comment and paraded 13 white children in front of a room full of black people to defend the use of a racial slur and call for the resignation of Krista Castellanos, who simply asked for a discussion on the matter. A person of color called Lisa out for stacking the deck. Lisa's husband gave her hand signals from the front row to have the woman ejected, and then gave Lisa more hand signals to clear the room, which she did. Brent Davis has not been elected to this school board. Rigging a public meeting has drawn intense legal scrutiny to the district. To deflect, today they proposed a review of Title IX. Tonight, Lisa said a community member asked the board to protect girls' sports last month. That is a lie. She was one of the children Lisa scripted. She deliberately planted this topic last month to divert your attention away from Judy. This Moms for Liberty board is here for one reason: to discredit and dismantle our public schools and make way for privatization and vouchers. It is mission critical that the parents of this district become watchdogs, or we will lose our schools as we know them today. Attend every meeting, speak up for your kids, document the truth because it won't be reflected in the minutes. And while I have a little extra time, Jennifer Adams was 100% endorsed by Moms for Liberty. Lisa Zollinger, Jennifer Adams, and Lisa Davis held a secret event in Laguna Niguel with the president of Orange County Moms for Liberty, who said, among other insane things at this meeting, that Chalk Hospital was sending a bus around to the high schools to take the girls for abortions. They are Moms for Liberty. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shireen Smith.
Good evening, Shireen Smith, former middle school principal of Liso Viejo, high school principal, Capo Valley, superintendent of Laguna Beach. I have lived in San Clemente for a very long time, almost 40 years, and I worked for this district for almost 25 years. My husband, over 30 years, he just retired a couple of years ago from Aliso Niguel High School, where he was the AP Euro teacher and coached girls volleyball, boys volleyball, and a couple of other sports on the side. So we were very, very, this is kind of our tribe, Capo. And it hurts my heart to see what's happening in this district right now. I think we can do better. What we saw tonight was really divisive, and it compounds what happened at the last board meeting where people were silenced and marginalized. You have the opportunity to build bridges. You have the opportunity to show real leadership. You have the opportunity to build trust, to expand feelings of inclusion, to help people feel that they belong in this district. But I don't see you taking advantage of that opportunity. Instead, I see you doubling down on the wrong thing. I hope you reconsider. I hope that you open your arms up to people with differing opinions. I hope you act in a constructive way to move forward. And you can do that. You can take the high road. You, Judy, I know it was unfortunate that you used the N-word and you've received a lot of heat for it. And I think you could truly show true leadership by stepping up and saying, yeah, give me the censure. I made a mistake and I need a consequence, and I would like to lead this district forward in a way where it can heal. there's a lot to be done. What we saw tonight is not a good direction. It's not healthy. I was so impressed with Mr. Merwin's presentation on Capistrano Cares. That's what you should be spending your time on. Keep the main thing the main thing. This other stuff is just, I've said it 3 times now, dividing the community. It's not good. You should be spending every second on instruction, learning, and making sure kids feel included and cared for. So with that, I encourage you once again, take the high road, do the right thing, and make sure that this district is regarded as the very high-performing and admirable district that it has been in the past. Thank you.
Do we have any trustees that would like to pull any items? Okay, I'm going to pull 18AG, and may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the...
So moved.
Second. You might also need another, an extension for time if you go over 11.
I think we're going to make it. We'll check with that in just a couple of minutes. Thank you, Trustee Pritchard. Okay. So I have a motion by Trustee Jones and a second by Trustee Pritchard with the, and we're pulling 18G. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0 to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 18AG, with Student Board Member Brando casting preferential vote of aye. Okay, and staff, if you could please give us one little rundown on 18AG, the new job description for a social worker.
Yes, President Davis, be happy to do that. Dr. Gomez is going to share a little bit more about the focus of this position and how it connects to our dashboard and our need for supporting our foster youth.
Thank you. This work for this job description for social worker comes out of our identification as a district in differentiated assistance. Based on the 2024 dashboard, our foster youth students were identified in the red category for suspension rate indicator, chronic absenteeism, and then low academic achievement indicators. Through a process of technical assistance with the Orange County Department of Education, working with our Ed Services team, we had to identify how we would go about systemically addressing and supporting the needs of our foster youth students. One of the things that came out of that needs analysis and kind of root cause analysis was the need for a point person that would help with all the interagency coordination between the different foster care systems, the social workers that are at the county level, all the different reports and all of those pieces. We also need somebody that can help support if there's a behavioral incident, as we know that the suspension rate for our foster youth students is higher than just kind of the general population of that. So this particular position was created as part of our differentiated assistance plan to address and support our foster youth students and our homeless students, as those needs are quite intense for the group of students involved.
Thank you.
Who is currently handling that for up until now that we are expressing this greater need?
Great question. That's a shared responsibility, partially myself as the Executive Director of State and Federal Programs, also our Coordinator of Counseling, Omar Correll, who was here a little bit earlier. He helps with that, and then we have another support staff, clerical support that helps out with a lot of the reporting and getting records sent to different caseworkers and those kind of records requests that we get for our foster youth. You're welcome.
Dr. Pritchard, would you like to make a motion to extend the meeting?
Move to extend the meeting.
Thank you. And a second? Okay, moved by Trustee Pritchard and seconded by Trustee Zollinger. Thank you. And then now take a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And anyone opposed? Aye. It passes 6-1 with a preferential vote from Student Board Member Brando. Thank you. Okay, and we will move back to okay. And we will go back to public comment. Well, I would like to.
All right, so let's start
sorry.
over. We need a motion to approve item 18AG.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Adnam, seconded by trustee Zollinger. And now we will move.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And
Any,
any opposed? Aye. So it
okay.
passed 6-1 with a preferential vote of Student Board Member Brando. Thank you.
Now you need a motion to extend the meeting for the remainder of public comment.
Trustee Pritchard has shared that, and if I can have a second, please. And a second by trustee Adams. And now we will go to back to public comment. Thank you. Thank you, those of you that have been very patiently waiting.
Hold on. You gotta vote. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 7-0, preferential vote of Student Board Member Brando. Thank you.
I will call the names of the people who didn't get to speak earlier. Please line up in the order I call your name. The first one is Julie Isla, Jason, Heather Puhek, Amy Perlow, Michelle Blanchard, Dawn Rentop, Amy, Jamie H., Barbara, Ms. Trumbley, Linda Haddock, Roger Perez, Farah, Fiona Carroll, Lindsay Dennison. Please state your name when you begin to speak so we make sure we capture the correct people. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can I go? Thank you to all of you for your service. I'm Amy Perlow. I'm a library media tech at Aliso Viejo Middle School. I've been a media tech for 8 years. I spend 2 to 3 minutes per student and up to 20 students a day with a variety of Chromebook problems that I'm required to diagnose on top of what my job description is. It is much cheaper to pay library staff to do this work than to hire more TIS staff. The lowest paid technology person makes 25% more than the highest paid library staff person. We're asking for a 5% increase to reflect our increased responsibilities. Chromebooks are more complicated than caring for books, as you can tell from the list of things that we've listed earlier, and because of the fragility and expense of them. This 5-year-old negotiation between library staff and CUSD is going to Public Employee Relations Board mediation next week unless you, the school board, compels CUSD negotiators to adopt the proposed compensation of 5%.
Our next speaker is...
Thank you.
Jamie.
Hi. The last board meeting left me feeling angry, heartbroken, and honestly shocked. Trustee Bolokis, after you used the N-word from the dais in an email to me, you said you would publicly apologize. But when April came around, I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. And thank you to our student trustee for your powerful and eloquent words that night. This could have been the perfect moment for you, Trustee Bolokis, to take responsibility and acknowledge the harm that was done. Instead, we saw deflection, gaslighting, and a coordinated effort to silence community voices, especially those most directly impacted. Children were handed pre-written scripts and used as shields so the adults in the room could avoid accountability. That's not leadership, it's manipulation. Even more disturbing is the growing number of parents coming forward with stories of bullying. One teacher reported that students are openly using the N-word on campus. This should leave us all shell-shocked. Instead, our board and district leadership continue to model denial. This is a call to action. Do better.
Our next speaker, please come forward and state your name.
Well,
Can you hear? And parent and very involved volunteer at Bathgate Elementary. Due to Judy Belukas's use of the N-word, her lack of accountability, her and your vote to stop further discussion, the parents of Bathgate feel that Judy has shown disgraceful behavior that betrays the core values of the Mission Viejo Character Council Awards. Our petition with 240 verified signatures on change.org prove that Bathgate parents no longer want you to present at our school's Character Council Awards. Judy, don't let racism be the legacy that you have as a trustee and as a former Bathgate parent. Take accountability, Judy, by telling the board and the parents that you're open to having a discussion. And last, Judy, why was it so easily that the N-word rolled off your tongue when you could have used any other word to describe James? How about using other identifiers like person, man, or any other word in your vocabulary? If anybody wants to get a hold of me, you can reach me at nojudy@bathgate@gmail.com.
Next speaker, please come forward and state your name.
My name is Paola Tremblay. I am a bilingual community liaison. I've had the privilege of supporting and organizing various events across our schools, our churches, and city of Mission Viejo. I've been part of Serve Day, Multicultural Medley, Dia de los Muertos. I've helped out through PTA, ASV, Grand Night, the TWIST programs, Love Mission Viejo, Beautification Day. I am here today. I want to extend a warm invitation to everybody for our second annual Mission Viejo Pride celebration that we're putting together Saturday, June 21st from 12 to 4. It's going to be at Saddleback College. This special event is a celebration of our LGBTQ community and a tribute to the values of diversity, inclusion, unity, and belonging. The day will feature a variety of vendors, activities, food trucks, live music, and fun for everybody, and I hope you guys can make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Haddock. I'm a para at ATP, and I wanted to speak to the whole board, I guess, regarding the racism that is inherent in this district. I mean, it was proven by what you said, but I've been involved in this district since my kids started in 1999. I'm just finishing up ATP this year. I've only worked here for about 3 years, but my kids are biracial and African American, and they were called the N-word a lot. They were, don't touch me with that black hand. My daughter was in 4th grade and was told, by a kid, what is a BMW? She said, a car. No, a black man's weenie. I mean, this was a 4th grader who sexually harassed her, and nothing was done, except, give me an apology note. And then they had that kid be her mate on the pilgrim.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please step forward and state your name.
Hi, I'm Fiona Carroll, and I spoke here 2 years ago asking the board to take action to prevent gun violence. Guns are the #1 killer of young people in this country, and at the May 2023 meeting, dozens of speakers, including many students, asked for an agenda item to be added to find more effective ways to educate students and their families about safe gun storage. We got the runaround, and the agenda item was never added. Studies have shown that lockdown drills and armed security guards have a negative effect on students' mental health. Bullying and e-bikes are mentioned in the safety section of the CUSD website, but not safe storage info. If you're concerned about student safety, this is the agenda item that needs to be added. Another agenda item that needs to be added is the damage done by the board's refusal to address Judy Belukas's use of the N-word. Do better. Admit your mistakes and learn from them, whether it's using the N-word or wasting your time on a problem that doesn't exist. Our students' safe learning environment and their lives depend on it. I have been personally affected by gun violence and racism.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please come forward and state your name.
Lindsay Dennison. Hopefully being here so late will pack a punch. So my daughter spoke earlier. There are 2 teachers that are phenomenal at Bergeson in the Mandarin program. They're the English teachers that support the Chinese teachers. And I know you've heard it from a bazillion of kids, but just to paint a picture, when they teach math in Mandarin, it's opposite. So instead of saying 1/4, they say 4 1s, and it gets very, very confusing. And so my little daughter Pippi, she was having a tough time with math, and the Mr. Suits, her English teacher, who does not teach math, said, come into my classroom during lunch, and he spent 3 times a week going over the math with her, so it made her understand. He's a phenomenal teacher, and I know your hands are tied on so many of these teachers, but do not get rid of Mr. Suits and do not get rid of Miss Christian. They are phenomenal teachers that make that program 1,000 times better than it could be. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. Okay, this evening I'd like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Mrs. Bassett, who recently passed, and she was an art teacher at Concordia Elementary. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Trustee Bullicus, seconded by Trustee Adnams. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to adjourn the meeting with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Brando. Time is now 11:08.
11:09.